And ahoy once again, my friends, and welcome back to another Call of Cthulhu Friday. How are we going? We have AJ Stomps, Papa Agron, Kevin, Miss and Mr. Gaming, Smithy, and Chuck Sabaton. A big fat ahoy to you all. I hope you're doing fantastic on this evening, morning, afternoon, or night. Wherever you may be, I hope you're having a good one. Yes, okay, I actually had more I was going to say. But enough about it. Let's jump into the room with our lovely cast members and our keeper. Hello.
Hello. Welcome, Liam.
Thank you for having me. Oh, Mr. M2, I believe there is something you would like to show the people of Twitch and YouTube.
Before we begin.
Right. Oh yeah, I should probably put that up, eh? If it'll let me. Actually, that'd be really funny if I go to try and put it up and it says, no, you can't do that. Oh, well,
Look
at that.
look, just
There we go.
look at that.
It's M2 wearing his Scaly Pete t-shirt. So although Pete has gone hopelessly insane, has departed from the campaign, his legacy lives on.
In merchandise.
In merchandise form.
Yes. He's back in shirt form.
I got that reference.
As we do with all great legends, we've decided to take his memory and completely plaster it on some cheap, tacky wear. Goodbye.
Oh yeah, same thing with Big Dave as well. He is now a coffee mug.
So a Big Dave one. There's a Big Dave coffee mug you could get for when he inevitably dies. Not.
All right. I have. Oh God, what was that? I just heard a mass echo of myself.
Don't worry.
Microwave.
Me. Sorry, apologies.
My earlier stream today, a lot of people in the chat were going, Liam, you do realize everyone's gonna ride it when Big Dave dies?
I know. It's making me feel very tense because I don't particularly want him to die, but with this game,
Things happen.
You can't always fudge the rolls.
Yes, this is a natural part of life.
It's okay. Big Dave has PSD.
Now, speaking of
B.
fudging rolls, I believe I have one free
PTSD.
fudging though.
yes, Tom, you have one free fudged roll that you can spend tonight.
Smithy says, I feel bad for the rest of the party. No more Pete's Gumbo.
Very likely at this point that Smithy's going to be the only actual original member of the group coming back.
He's
So
gonna rock up at the final part and go, alright, I'm ready to stop the who the fuck are all you people?
Pretty much.
let us begin. Welcome everyone to episode 4 of Day of the Beast, Sands of Time. Recap of last week's episode. Group journeys to Transylvania, where they were investigating a lead suggesting that the mysterious Brotherhood was being headed up by Baron Hauptmann. Infiltrated Baron Hauptmann's castle, the village of Dravosna, and while they were unable to apprehend the Baron, who escaped after driving Gaily Pete permanently insane, he did manage to find amongst his miscellaneous documents and books a number of useful leads, such as a Bruce Space Med spell, and a map to the tomb of the Brotherhood's prophet, Nofru Kar, somewhere in Egypt. It has now been a month since then. It is May 1928, and you have spent time since last session doing some additional research and preparing for a journey to Egypt so that you may follow up on this latest lead. In the meantime, have acquired 2 new helping hands to join the team. First is Egyptologist.
Alright, you're breaking up way too much.
Sorry. You have acquired 2 new helping hands in your team. First one being renowned Egyptologist Waldo Mulberry, played by M2. Decided that as you were going to be spending some time in Egypt, having someone who's familiar with the location and all the myths surrounding it would be indispensable. And so, through some of your contacts, put in touch with Dr. Mulberry, who is the leading researcher in Egyptology and archaeology at Cairo University. Will be meeting up with when you arrive in Egypt. Second person you have convinced or persuaded to join your team is Dr. Wainwright Musil.
Alright, Dale, I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm hearing like every second word.
Yeah.
Oh,
thank
okay.
you.
I'm gonna turn my sensitivity up. Hang on. Oh, that would be why, because there we go. For some reason Discord put the sensitivity way back up. So, okay. So, in addition to Dr. Osvaldo Mulberry, the leading Egyptologist and archaeology researcher at Cairo University, the team will also be joined by Wainwright Museldorf. Given that the professor perished, sadly, in episode 2, the team is lacking an academic insight. And so, through your local contacts, you were put in touch with a Providence, Rhode Island branch of Miskatonic University, where you have acquired the services of Dr. Wainwright Museldorf. He is described to you as a zoologist and a researcher of the natural world. So when you visited his office, it was decorated in a rather unhealthy amount of moose memorabilia.
Right?
Alright, I can still hear you, but my god.
It's really,
Yeah.
really hard to understand you.
Man, like
Really?
moose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm full.
It's,
Alright,
it's very distorted.
Hold on, I'm just going to grab my phone and try that. Give me a sec.
How's everyone following the story so far?
I know something about moose heads.
So, I am Dr. Wainwright Museldorf.
Oh, Museldorf.
Museldorf.
Yeah, I have no
Museldorf.
idea about you. I just know we got an Egyptologist in the group.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
yeah,
no, I'm
yeah.
not the Egyptologist. I am the zoologist.
That's why I said I have no idea about you.
Yeah, I was
But
gonna
Big
say,
Dave, zoologist, he deals with animals. He should be right up your alley.
Well, see, I was heading to Egypt anyway because I'm going to do some studies on the camel, which, as I've been told, is the basically the moose of the desert. And,
The moose of the desert.
yes,
yeah.
There you go,
I thought-
folks. The camel is now the moose of the desert.
Yes, yes, yes.
You don't want to say horse of the desert?
No, it's
No,
now it's moose.
Just
I think it
how
actually
is
goes
it similar to a
general
moose?
size and aggressive behavior as well. There's a lot of crossover actually. I've been meaning to take some DNA samples and
This is 1920s.
okay, sorry, I've been meaning to take some blood samples and compare it to moose blood. I'm finding some similarities in the platelet formation.
Is anyone else here ever
How am I coming through now?
Oh wow, that's so much
Oh,
better.
wow, much better.
Okay.
Can you
that'll
hear me
do
now?
Then.
Can you hear me
Alright.
now?
Yes. Yes. So you have made acquaintances with Wainwright Museldorf, and you are now about to head to Egypt. I would like Wainwright Museldorf, Max Power, and Big Dave to please all do credit ratings checks.
Oh Jesus
Big
Christ!
Dave doesn't feel good about this.
I was gonna say,
give me
obviously,
one
I'm being
moment.
met over there, so that's not a problem for me.
Discord. 'Cause I may have pressed the wrong button.
Oh, that's a 16.
Ah, thank you.
That's a pass. One
That's
off
one
being
pass.
a hard
That's a
pass.
fail.
So it's in the general we're doing.
It's a fail.
Uh,
Yep, credit ratings check.
Pardon me. I am reacquainting myself with the
With the Discord bot, yes.
Discord bot. Yes. That is a 49, and my credit
Uh,
rating
is 40. Okay, so that's only one pass out of 3. So, at this time of the year, it's kind of hard to get a chartered flight. Not many of them seem to be available. You do manage to find a pilot who will transport you all across the Atlantic. However, his prices do not come cheap, and he is going to require an upfront payment of $60 from each of you.
How much?
Well, I mean, in the pursuit of moose science.
Oh god, I don't. I'm broke. I have no money. Right, that's right. Can't you use some of your
Dave
assets?
will try and persuade him.
You can use some of your assets, can't you?
Yes, but you'll have to succeed on a credit rating. You'll have to succeed on either an accounting or credit ratings roll, whichever one is highest, to convert your assets into cash.
Oops.
Well, I don't have accounting now. All I have is my credit rating.
Well, you're all
Alright, so you may roll that.
Okay. Oh, shit. I just flung my dice somewhere. It flew out of my hand.
Well,
Oh, there it is. Oh, thank God it didn't go off the table. I would have been fucked. Guys, guys in chat, you have no idea how tiny the Call of Cthulhu dice are.
Yeah, they're extremely small.
That is a pass.
That's a pass. Okay. So in preparation for the upcoming trip, you sell off a couple of pieces of furniture and some things you have around the house. You pawn off a family heirloom or two and manage to convert $60 out of your assets, plus an additional $40 just in case you need it, leaving you with $100 in cash.
That works.
I might do that myself. See if I can.
Very well. Let's see if you can.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Smithy. I forgot. Dale, you should see Smithy's dice. Smithy, post a picture of your dice in the Discord. You have to see these dice.
Very
My
well.
God.
Big Dave, you may push this roll if you like.
while everyone's in it, I'll be
That's
right
still a
back.
fail.
That's still a fail. All right, Big Dave, unfortunately, due to your lack of knowledge about economics, you are unable to find somebody who will handle the necessary paperwork in time.
Okay.
But you will be able to do it in downtime at the end of this session.
Yeah. Alright, I'll just have to pay the $60, won't I?
Yep,
Poor Dave.
and I believe that leaves Wainwright Musseldorf with $20 after he spends 60.
Yes, quite right.
All right. You wire ahead to. You remember last week when you found the map to Nofrikar's tomb? It occurred to Max Power that at this very moment in time, there is a Miskatonic University archaeology dig in Egypt, searching for this tomb. And it may be a good idea to link up with this team of archaeologists, at least to provide support while you're there. Would you like to wire ahead, get in contact with the professor who leads this dig, and inform him that you will be coming to visit?
Gee, I'm glad I remembered about that. But yes, I would.
Very well. So you head to a local telegram office and you wire ahead, leaving a message for Dr. Galloway, who is heading the Miskatonic research team. You inform him that in the coming days you will be arriving in Egypt to conduct some archaeological research of your own, and that you carry information related to Nofrikar's tomb. A few days later, you receive a response in another telegram. He informs you that he would be much honored to have you as guests as part of his dig, and will be sending 2 of his employees to meet you in Cairo to guide you through the desert to the campsite.
Forgot to bring my notepad up. What's the guy's name again?
Dr. Galloway. And with that, I can end the prologue music and go to the special music that I have selected just for this episode.
Oh, boy.
Arabian Nights!
That was going to be the other...
My Corona!
Yes, no, Arabian Nights was the alternative name for today's title, just because.
And so, within a few days, you meet with your chartered pilot, who brings a small, rather downtrodden plane that looks like it's on the verge of permanent disrepair, to a small airstrip on the outskirts of Boston. The pilot barely even speaks to you. He just tells you to hop aboard and don't put your feet up on the cockpit seats. And then after a rather uneventful 12-hour flight, you find yourselves touching down at a small airstrip on the outskirts of Cairo, Egypt. As the plane touches down, you are awoken from your restless sleep with a jolt, and you look out the window and see sand and... Oh, those are cool dice, Smithy.
Yeah, how tiny are they?
Yeah, they are very tiny. As you are jolted awake from the plane touching down, you quickly peer out of the window and see what appears to be an endless sea of sand dunes stretching onwards to the horizon, occasionally punctuated by an occasional cluster of sandstone and limestone buildings. This is Cairo. You thank the pilot, and in response, you just get a non-committal grunt. He tells you, I got some business in the city. Be here for a week if you want to catch a ride back. Otherwise, you're on your own. And then you depart. Just outside the plane, waiting for you, is a man dressed head to toe in khaki safari clothing, complete with a pith helmet. Based on the rather bookish glasses on his face and the satchel over his shoulder, which is filled with papers and other academic materials, this is Dr. Mulberry.
Nerd!
He takes a puff out of the pipe in his mouth and then greets you. You may introduce yourself, Dr. Mulberry.
Why, hello there, Dr. Mulberry at your service. Would you be the intrepid adventurers I've been asked to guide during your time here in Cairo?
Sure thing, Nigel.
Far from it, actually. I'm here on assistance. I'm requested assistance, actually. But it's a pleasure to meet one of my contemporaries, Dr. Mooseldorf. You might have heard of my work.
I was going to say, would I have heard of his work?
You do remember a few years ago, you read a periodical where there was a paper entitled The Camel, Moose of the Sands. And you remember it being particularly, in your opinion, quite crazy and outlandish, but there's no accounting for some crazy things that some academics try to push as scientific facts these days.
Ah, yes, I do recall a number of your articles in the past. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. You definitely left quite the memory and at our university. Many talks about your lines of work.
He goes glassy-eyed.
A name to the face, as it were. But I haven't heard of any of his work.
You aren't really into the archaeological stuff, though you do remember having to defend your paper from a barrage of, well, angry hate letters. And you remember his name
vaguely... be a jerk.
His name vaguely rings a bell as being the writer of, well, a rather polite hate letter, if anything, where he civilly and politely...
Yes. I'm British after all.
Therefore, a jerk.
He basically says
I understand my work is challenging and perhaps controversial, but I believe it will bear fruit, especially once I've made some of the observations that I hope to make in this place.
Hopefully we
his letter basically said... His letter basically said, worded in as polite a way as possible, no, camels are nothing like moose, they're not even the same genus, you dolt.
But obviously far more polite, and it's like, well, I suppose time will tell on that one now.
Well, you see, what I'm hoping to find is not... I am aware that the difference in genus, though genus itself something up for debate in my opinion, I believe I hope to find a common ancestor between the two.
Meanwhile, Big Dave and Max Power are just, sitting there, not quite sure where this conversation is going, and
Big Dave
You
does-
decide to head.
This hurts Big Dave's head.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
where are
No,
we?
even Big Dave knows that a camel and a moose are not anything alike.
I just go up to Oswald to go, Maximum Power, how are you going? Pleasure to meet you. I believe you're the one taking us to the dig site?
Yes. So sorry. Where are my manners here? Prattling on out here in the dusty airfield. We should be on things. Sorry about that. Yes. I will be accompanying you during your time here and showing you the dig site our lovely colleagues are currently unearthing. And oh my word! Excuse me, large fellow. You are. Might I have your name?
Big Dave. Big Dave would not want to be friends with you, but Big Dave's friends keep dying or going crazy. Probably same if you don't.
Well, if we learn from this experience, you have friends, you die.
Well, that's you have. I may not know your companions, but you my condolences nonetheless. I must say though, you are quite the physical specimen. Not so often we see someone of your ilk down here in Cairo, especially on archaeological or scientific purposes, if you don't mind me saying. I suppose you're the hired muscle of this particular troop.
Big Dave just makes things easier. That's what Big Dave does.
You see, hired
And
muscle
sometimes
pays
kids
that we're paying him
drop
anything.
Charles heads.
With this, after you've exchanged pleasantries, you decide to get out of the dusty air of the airfield and head into Cairo proper. Dr. Mulberry leads you through some busy streets, through crowds of beggars and people wearing brightly coloured robes going about their business, through a rather heavily packed marketplace and into a town square where you are hailed by two men with dark skin wearing drab sand-coloured robes with hoods that cover their heads. Behind them are 5 camels that are currently penned up at the edge of the town square.
Camels? I don't see no camels. All I see are mooses.
As you approach, one of the men raises his hand and says, greetings. You do not have the look of a local. I must assume that you are the ones that Dr. Galloway has sent us to guide to the dig site.
Yes,
Big Dave confirms this.
God damn it, Big Dave.
At yourselves.
The man holds out his hand and he shakes your hand and he says, I am Ahmed, and this is my friend Jamal. We are, how do you say, diggers for the professor and his students at this site. We will guide you through the desert. The dig site is located in quite an inaccessible spot. So I'm afraid the best way to get there will be a 4-day journey.
By the majestic moose of the desert.
He looks at you. He looks at you and he scrunches up his face as if he must be mishearing you, and then he seems to chalk it down to not being that fluent in English, and he says, yes, the camel. A 4-day journey on camelback through the desert. Now, we will leave, as it is already late afternoon, I believe we will leave first thing in the morning. If you have any business you wish to attend to in Cairo, you may go ahead. I suggest you purchase supplies for the journey ahead. And if any of you are new to this mode of travel, Jamal and I would be happy to teach you the basics of how to ride the camel.
That might be an idea.
I have much experience with moose, so instruction will perhaps not be required for me.
I'm pretty sure as an archaeological, I have some experience around camels.
Yes, you have some experience around animals. You've got a little bit of ride skill, but Big Dave and Max, on the other hand...
Big Dave has ridden things before.
Well, as much as I would like to get some shopping done, because I want to get a piece of string, I guess I need to learn how to ride a camel.
Wait.
You can ask someone else to get another string. You can ask someone else to pick up supplies for you and give them some money, and...
Well, I think the string would be not too much trouble.
Excellent.
Never could acquire such goods.
Yes.
Big Dave used to ride horses when lumberjacking.
Alright, well, I give the professor my $100 an auction to get me supplies, water, a piece of string, something that I can drill a hole into a rock to.
You would like a hand awl, length of string, and some water. You've given me $100. I think closer to 20 would suffice.
Yeah, you never know. You might get fleeced here.
Yeah.
Don't speak their language, so...
So,
that is true.
string, water, something to drill into a rock to make a tiny hole.
Hey, Dale.
Yeah.
If we don't have the ride skill...
Yeah.
Do we really have to take this lesson?
If you don't have the ride skill, then you don't have to take the lesson, but it may come in handy.
Yeah, I think I better stay for the lesson.
Yeah,
I'm more than
very well.
I'm more than happy to stay for.
Alright, so just
it's been a while.
Very well. So basically, it's just our academics who are going to go shopping today at the moment.
Big Dave
As
said
you
we
bid
can find
farewell-
medical supplies. Buy it for me, please.
Medical supplies added to the list. As you bid farewell and split up to go about your separate business, Ahmed waves at you and he says, "We have booked rooms for you in the hotel just off the market square. Please return there when you are done with your business." Okay, so first, the lesson. A couple of the camels are untied and led out onto the town square and then through a small alleyway into an empty block of land, a large square of sand, enough for you to ride around without getting in anyone's way. And Jamal and Ahmed spend the best part of 5 or 6 hours showing you how to mount the camels, how to dismount, how to control their direction, how to try and maintain control when you're being bucked. At this, Jamal leans forward and he says, "They can be ornery bastards, you know what I'm saying." I would like both Max Power and Big Dave to do power checks, please.
Oh, that's a hard pass for me.
That's a pass. Very well. Okay. You each gain 20% to your ride skill.
Woo!
No, 20
after the day of training.
Where's the ride skill?
And stoic analysis.
Yep. So 20 points. You see in it?
Yep, 20 points.
I was gonna say, wow, you guys have been at this for a day and you're already even with me on ride skill.
Yeah, well, you don't ride camels a lot, but you know.
Quarters to that.
Yes. And while the lesson is taking place, our 2 academics are going to purchase some supplies for the expedition ahead. I would like Dr. Mulberry to please make an Arabic check.
That's a pass.
You know the good places to get supplies. You don't go to the market square. That's set up for tourists, and everything there is marked up a considerable amount. You lead Dr. Museldorf to a rather isolated part of the city, well away from the main areas frequented by tourists. And here is a smaller, out-of-the-way market. The selection is not as big, but everything is fairly priced. So what are you looking to buy?
Well, I suppose, proper canteens of water are always a must out in the desert.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so
Heads.
Water, string, a hand maul, medical supplies.
Yes.
Yes. Also, some shelter would be good as well.
Yes, a tent. Good idea. Okay. You spend a couple of hours in the marketplace haggling back and forth with the sellers, and you manage to find people who are willing to sell everything you acquire. And all up, it's going to cost $110.
Aren't you glad I gave you the $100?
Yeah, I'll pitch in.
Yes.
20. My remaining $20. 50 of what was given to me by Matt.
How much is that?
And
70.
That leaves remaining 40 to you, I believe.
Yes, no, I'm more than happy to help on this.
Okay, so here is what you purchase. You purchase 10 days worth of water and some dried rations to go along with it.
Awesome.
You purchase a big length of rope. You purchase a large hand maul and archaeological digging tools. And you purchase a 4-man collapsible tent and a field first aid kit, which will allow whoever is using it to gain an extra 30% on their first aid skill.
Wonderful, wonderful. So,
and then
I believe that about does. My dear friend.
It would appear so.
Yes, that is. You return to the hotel as you were indicated, and the receptionist looks up and he frowns as he sees you, and he says, I am very sorry, sirs. We do not have any names registered for Europeans at this time.
Well, that is quite a conundrum. But yeah, well, if that is the case, I could offer up an alternative. You see, I do have an apartment somewhere here in the city. If you don't mind getting a little bit cozy, I'm more than happy to put you up for the night.
Oh yes, that would be rather splendid, I believe. I will return the favor if you ever find yourself in.
Lovely.
Very well. With that, you bid farewell to the receptionist, and you head over to Dr. Mulberry's studio apartment, about a block away from the university campus. Despite his rather modest income, this is a quite nice apartment. Open spaces, a good view of the city, good acoustics, good ambient lighting. It's a fine enough place to spend the night. The other two of you, after your camel riding lessons, are escorted to the hotel by Ahmed and Jamal. As they enter, they converse with the receptionist in Arabic.
That's where we were going. Whoops.
They converse with the receptionist in Arabic, and then the receptionist smiles, and he pulls a key off the rack, and he hands it to them. Jamal smiles as he looks around, then he turns to Max Power and Big Dave and says, I believe you're friends. Perhaps forgot to mention our names.
Yeah.
He says, oh well, perhaps it is best that they experience this night in Cairo in luxury. He says, we will go and collect them first thing in the morning. And then you are escorted up to a room upstairs, a rather cramped, very stuffy room flanked by limestone walls. Instead of a bed, there's just a couple of bed rolls on the floor and a wooden cabinet to store belongings in. And there are some mosquitoes just buzzing around in the stifling heat, constantly perching on you and drawing blood brazenly, not even caring that you're able to see them. And so the next morning arrives after a rather...
So we're all together?
Actually, first I would like Max Power and Big Dave to do constitution checks, please.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh shit. Can I push that?
Oh my god.
Yes, you could push it.
That's a pass by 1.
Yeah, that's pass.
Alright, so
So the stifling...
while we're in the room for the night, I would like wanted to spend a few hours like drilling a hole into that rock I have and fashioning a necklace and
yes.
tucking the stone under my shirt.
That is right. I would like you to please make a... Let me bring up Clark Kemp's sheet, because I'm going to use it later anyway. I would like you to please make an arts... do you have arts and craft as a skill?
No, I don't.
Very well. Just make a hard dex check, please.
Alright. And that is... Dex. That is a hard check. Yes, that is 26.
Yep. You stay up for several hours, and you drill a small hole into the rock with the elder sign on it, and put a string through it, fashioning it into a kind of talisman you can wear around your neck. And then you decide to get some sleep. Despite the stifling heat preventing you from sleeping for several hours, exacerbated by the stone walls, you eventually manage to drift off and have a good night's sleep, even though you wake up in the morning drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, our two academics are sleeping in Dr. Mulberry's, laid out apartment, managed to spend their night in luxury and have a restful sleep without any concerns.
Now,
the next morning, yes, Dr. Lane.
The conversation that I'm going to bore him with, I'm like, now, hoping to find some similarities between the platelets, which I've noticed between the caribou, also known as the reindeer, or what I've taken to calling it the European subarctic moose. And I'm hoping to find a similar platelet structure in the blood between the camel and the moose that I found between the moose and the cow, which may hopefully confirm my suspicions that there's a common ancestor, which I've been taken to call the Pangean moose.
Oh, well, that's quite interesting.
Common ancestor.
Yes, I probably, as the British, being raised and that sort of thing, I'm just basically politely nodding and going along, going, yeah.
You see that Dr. Mulberry is quite clearly at a loss for words and just has no way to respond
very politely
to you at
nodding
all.
and going, yes, quite, while in my head going,
what the bloody hell is he on about?
He pours you both a glass of tea and then suggests you have an early night, which you do.
Insanity!
You meet in the morning in the town square where the camels were penned, and then you each take your spot upon the back of a camel, and you begin your 4-day journey across the desert, lit by the blazing hot heat of the early morning sun. After crossing the Nile... Yep.
So before we get going, just me up in the morning, seeing the other two, drenched in sweat after having probably a very uncomfortable night going.
Morning, dear chaps. I hope your night in Cairo found you well. Sorry about the splitting up. There was a bit of a mix-up. I honestly almost completely forgot about the booking might have been in our Arabian friends' names. So we had ourselves a quiet night back at my own place. Hopefully you found your rooms and slept all right?
Oh, it was fucking peachy.
Big Dave thinks smart people aren't that smart.
Yeah, well.
With this, Ahmed comes forward and he smiles profusely and then slaps Big Dave on the back of the neck with an audible slap. He then pulls out his hand and he laughs and he says, "Oh, I am sorry there, Big Dave. There was another mosquito on the back of your neck."
Big Dave is sick of fucking mosquitoes.
Yes, those they can be levels of things.
This would
Big
be a
Dave
rather
just
dry
leaves
climate
my
for
way.
mosquito. Considering they breed in waterways, I thought Egypt would be an interesting place to find them.
They're eldritch mosquitoes.
Dale.
You climb a... Yep.
Sorry, one sec. What page is firearms on the Keeper's Handbook? I forgot to write in the damage for the shotgun.
401 onwards.
401, thank you.
Yep.
Dale,
After climbing a...
Sorry, I was going to say, I'm going to take a brief smoke break. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
How dare you?
Very well. After you climb aboard your mounts, you begin your journey. After crossing the Nile by bridge, you ride through the suburb of Giza, passing through the shadow of the Great Pyramids, and past the enigmatic Sphinx. You notice that the Sphinx, in particular, looks rather imposing in the morning light.
Oh dear.
And,
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
And,
Oh dear. Oh dear.
It's one of the tricks.
No, get away. No, you need to get away. No, get away. Get away. No, no.
Max a slight slap on the face to get him out of it.
No.
Big Dave rolls his camel up beside Max and just slaps him on the face, which, Max, I'd like you to make a power check, please.
I slightly slapped him. Slightly.
That is a... Oh yeah, that's a hard pass.
You managed to come back to your senses. Whatever strange feeling overcame you is gone. And still, you can't help but feel that there is something ominous and foreboding about this legendary wonder of the world as you ride past.
Thanks for that, big fella. Much appreciated.
Big Dave understands. PTADD. It's a terrible thing.
RESPECT. Don't know what me to me.
Shell shock back then.
It's spicy deja vu. Big Dave is going to refer to it as spicy deja vu from now on.
Alright, sorry to interrupt again, Dale. Just looking at the shotguns, is it just the normal 2d6 12 gauge shotgun?
Yes,
Okay,
it is.
yep.
Actually, it'll say specifically sawn off somewhere. That's the one you're looking for.
Oh, I picked up a sawn off. I thought it was a regular shotgun.
No, it's a sawn off shotgun. As you reach, you soon, after a few hours, emerge into the outlying areas of Cairo. This area is dotted with numerous archaeological sites operated by different governments and universities from around the world. At one of the larger sites, you notice a group of Arabian workmen under the supervision of a pale white European-looking man in a rather immaculate-looking business suit, erecting a tall metal tower. Do you remark on this as you ride by?
Yes,
It's a shiny tower.
I was gonna say, obviously, what I think this is rather odd, considering what I know about archaeology.
Yes.
Like that's
This is not.
It's an oddly strange.
One of your guides turns around and says, yes, you have noticed this site. We are aware that it is operated by the Chandler Foundation. And we do not know the purpose, but the corporation, the Chandler Foundation, have purchased this parcel of land several months ago and are working on this ongoing project here. I would like... Yep. Go ahead, M2.
I was gonna say, just I suppose it's their business what they're doing. I've just never quite seen in all of my years any sign of archaeology that requires such a contraption. But I suppose they're dig sites.
Would Max, Mulberry, and Big Dave each do education checks, please?
Alright, I think I can education.
Oh! That's an extreme pass.
Wait, actually...
That is a normal pass.
Yep. So both Max and Mulberry and Musseldorf as well recognize the name Chandler Foundation. It's a charitable organization, from what you've heard, mostly dedicated to the preservation of the ancient world and antiquities. Their biggest sponsor is a multinational corporation called New World Industries. Who apparently are at the forefront of scientific and technological innovation.
It's an
Do you wish to... Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, you go.
I was just going to ask, do you wish to get off your mounts and inquire with the actual workmen at the site, or would you just like to continue on?
I mean, there's no real reason for us to go and interrupt them while they're working, is there? As everyone else
but there is a foreman in a business suit who's watching over them, and he seems to be talking to. As you ride past, there is, every now and then a civilian from another part of the city comes up and speaks to him, and he graciously talks to them for a few seconds before turning them away. So, you guess, given the nature of this construction, he probably gets a lot of people asking questions.
Oh, well, I suppose it wouldn't be too bad if I go and ask him one or two more.
Yep. So you all ride your camels up and you park them on the edge of the site and quickly chain them up. The two guides stay on the backs of their mounts and wait for you as you approach the man in the business suit. He turns around and you see a blonde-haired, Nordic-looking man smiling at you through a bushy moustache. He's wearing a name badge on the front that reads Ragnar Greenberg, Chandler Foundation. He smiles at you and waves, and he says, Europeans, English? Do you speak English?
Yes, of course. I'm actually from England myself. And
Big Dave says not
he
well.
He says, Big Dave doesn't speak English well. He looks at you and he says, well, you don't seem like locals at the very least. Guess you were just riding by and you probably saw this thing we're putting up and it struck you as a bit odd, am I right?
Well, sorry, allow me to personally introduce myself first of all. Oswaldo Mulberry. I actually work here in Cairo as a bit of an archaeologist of myself, bit of an old hand at it, but yes, I couldn't quite help but notice the oddity that is this town. Now, I know it's Chandler Foundation is quite large in what it does, and I couldn't help but, even with all my years of experience, notice the difference in approach here. So curiosity and all that, I thought I'd stick my neck in and just ask a few questions, if that's all right with you.
I believe what the good doctor is trying
He shakes your...
Big Dave's eyes are just rolling into the back of his head.
From our understanding, the art of archaeology involves extracting things from the ground rather than putting things in.
The man laughs. He almost guffaws right in your face, and he says, yeah, well, I guess when you're talking about archaeology, then yeah, it doesn't make much sense. He says, that'd be because this ain't an archaeology site, pal. And then he points at the large tower and he says, this is what do you call it? A mooring point for airships, flying through the air, big balloon.
Oh, I see.
A zeppelin.
Some sort of tourist thing.
He says, well, it's for private use of the Chandler Foundation, being funded by New World Industries for a specific purpose, but I'm afraid I'm not quite at liberty to divulge that.
So a form of corporate tourism, then.
Obviously corporate use.
He smiles and shrugs. He says, yeah, you could say that. Leader of the foundation, Mr. Edward Chandler, he's a real charitable guy.
Or perhaps... My eyes light up and go, perhaps he could do me a favor there. It'd be useful to have academic such as myself on side. If he could find a way of airporting in a North Canadian moose buck, please. I have some science I wish to conduct in relation to the interbreeding of cattle and moose.
Oh dear.
He laughs and he says, look, I'll see what I can do, pal, but things still a couple months off being operational.
I hand him a card.
He puts it in his pocket and he says, I'll pass it on to the old boss, Edward. see what he can do for you.
Yes, if he could.
And then as you turn your backs to leave, you hear him laugh and say, "Oh, I'm sure this will be of great interest to the great Edward." I would like Max Power and Big Dave to please make intelligence checks.
I was going to say, it's a real shame that I don't have a character that's well versed in everything that's happened so far, because goddamn.
Oh my god. You said intelligence, yes?
Big Dave actually passes this.
Yeah. Big Dave passed.
You actually said intelligence?
Yes.
That is
Big
80
Dave
on the
passed by
dot.
8
So Big Dave cocks his head, and as you all climb back onto your camels, he says in a deadpanned voice, "Edward's the name of the boy that was staying with the Baron from last session."
Return to me. Dude, say.
Didn't quite catch that. What was that, dear boy?
They were all just like, Big Dave!
No, must have been hearing things.
You continue your journey through the desert.
Big Dave does not understand what's going on anymore.
Look at the flowers, Big Dave. Look at the flowers.
Hang on. Sorry, Tom first.
Is this a multi-day
What was Tom
journey
saying?
we are conducting? Is this a multi-day
Yes.
journey?
Yes.
So I will
Yes,
have
it is.
tonight to myself then?
Yes, you will.
I wish to pen a letter imploring... sorry, what was the name of the head of the foundation?
Edward Chandler.
Edward Chandler. I pen a letter to Edward Chandler imploring him the importance of my research and that he please deliver some moose butts.
Very well.
In return, I would be able to offer my services as a academic to him and his organization.
Very well. I will get you at the first nighttime stop to do a check for that. So once you are out into the desert itself, you are forced to resign yourselves to a hot, boring trip. The sweltering heat beats down on you for the rest of the day as you make your way through the desert sand. The dunes come and go, and it looks like the desert goes on forever and ever until the end of the first day. The sun goes down, and you didn't even notice it going down. You were riding for so long the same boring hot trip, and suddenly it was nighttime. Your guides lead you a bit further into the desert, and then they find a spot at the base of a sand dune next to some tall rocks. One of them raises his hand and says, "Very well, this is where we camp for tonight." You climb off your camels and park them up near the stones, and then your guides pitch a tent for themselves while Museldorf grabs the bag off the back of his camel, unzips it, and begins to pitch the four-man tent in the shadow of the sand dune. Okay, Museldorf, I would like you to do an own language check, please.
Yes. Also, as part of my evening's activities... No, that was not what I'm trying to do.
Okay, I think we lost Tom.
Okay. Can I push that?
No, he was rolling his...
Oh, okay.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Okay, that is a pass.
Yes. So after you have a meager dinner of water and biscuits and dried traveller's rations, you each retire to the tent. Museldorf stays up for a few hours, carefully writing a letter. Do any of you... Yep.
I would also like to collect a small volume of camel fecal matter and put it in a jar labeled desert
Very well.
fecal sample number 1.
You all watch as he spends like an hour writing the letter, and then smiles, folds it up, and places it on the floor. Gets up and from outside the tent you hear the sound of a camel going and the sound of something
That's
being
an angry
placed into a
camel.
something being placed into a glass jar, and the screwing sound and the sound of a metal top being screwed on. And then Museldorf returns to the tent carrying a glass jar in his hand, staring at it with a look of triumph on his face. Inside appears to be a lump of camel poo. He has attached a label to the jar, labeling it as desert moose fecal sample.
Big Dave just looks at him and says, "Who goes outside?"
I'm like, don't worry. I've attached rubber seal, so no smell will.
Poop goes outside.
And I pull out a small set of scales and another jar that says
Poop goes outside.
that says Canadian moose fecal sample number 1, 1 year old ago. And I carefully begin to weigh the two to see what the discrepancy is.
As Big Dave said, poop goes outside.
Yes, that's fine. I'll do it with my research materials after I finish conducting it. The quicker I can get this done, the
Big
quicker
Dave reckons if you want to do research with poop, you can do it outside.
I as much as I would hate to get in the way of another man's scientific goals, I feel it'd be best to not anger anyone this early on in the ride. We still have several days to go.
Alright, fine. I'll set up a station outside.
Museldorf takes the scale and all of his equipment and sets up like literally right outside the tent. Museldorf, I'd like you to do a natural world check, please.
I was gonna say, while he's doing that, so just lean over to the other two and go. I don't know if you
believe that is a hard pass.
It's a pass.
Maybe even
yes,
how
it
else?
is. Yes. Natural world is 70.
Yes. So that is a very not. Yeah, that's actually a critical pass.
Dang.
Yes. So, M2, what were you doing while he does that test?
Well, he's out there just quietly going to the other two, going. I don't know if you've been with him for very long, but is he always this overly eccentric about his work?
Big Dave has his suspicions about any professor.
Oh, well.
So, Museldorf, what you find is that the camel feces weigh slightly less in comparison to the moose species, and considering their diet is a bit more sparse than that of the moose, and that their bodies are designed to retain water and use it over a longer period of time, this would perhaps explain the lower weight density in the feces.
Scribble this all down in my diary, obviously, and then begin like drawing diagrams and writing in like the weight, pungency, and
Your volume has really lowered again.
oh, sorry, I need to move closer to the microphone. That's perhaps why.
Yep.
I said, I write this all down in my diary, along with the precise weight, comparison and reference, and the odor, the initial odor, what the my initial impressions are. I jotted down using single descriptive words like grassy, or pungent, if it's particularly strong, so something like that. Single, like maybe 3 or 4 of these single words.
So the rest of you fall asleep far before Museldorf seems to finish his work. You don't wait for him to return, you just drift off, your consciousness stymied by the stale desert air and occasionally punctuated with a camel going, "Urgh," and then the sound of a glass jar being tinkered with outside throughout the remainder of the night.
Okay, lads, I'm going to bed. And then I crawl into bed and clutch the elder sign.
Clutch the elder sign. Yep.
Big Dave goes up in bed with
his. Yep.
This is.
And the next morning, the next morning, you are shaken awake by your guides at the crack of dawn. You make a meager breakfast of biscuits, water, and dried foods. And then you pack up the tents and climb back onto your mounts. As you climb, you can't help but notice that Musseldorf's pack is decidedly bulkier than it was when you stopped last night. And as he climbs aboard, you hear the jingle of several glass jars all colliding with each other in his backpack.
I trust your work last night was eventful?
Yes, it was most fruitful. I believe I found some evidence to support my hypothesis.
Well, that's always good.
You continue riding through the desert, and the first 6 hours of the day are almost completely uneventful. Once again, the sun rises high in the sky with no warning, and you seem to just zone out as the sands go on and you're buffeted by the terrible heat. Just after lunchtime, you see some grey clouds suddenly roll in, and a small rainstorm begins to pelt you with raindrops. Despite it being a thick rainstorm, the rain itself is hot, like droplets of boiling water, and the stale, humid air does not recede. At about 1 p.m, there is a loud thunder crack in the clouds, and in the distance, a bolt of lightning strikes somewhere in the desert sands. Your camels immediately rear up in shock. I would like everyone to make a ride check, please.
Well, I'm gonna fall off. That's a fail.
Hey, that's a 15.
Fail.
That is a pass.
15. Pass.
I am rather deaf.
All right.
with my camel, or I should say,
Yes.
Can we push it?
All right. Yes, you can push it. It's a normal roll.
Oh my god, yes! Big Dave is awesome at riding this camel.
Well, this is quite embarrassing.
And how
I'm
did-
not going to push it. I'm just going
How
to
did Max Power go?
Oh, I said I passed.
Yep. As the camels rear and panic after the thunder and lightning, most of you manage to remember the camel riding lessons and bring them back under control. At least until you hear Dr. Mulberry shout, "Oh!" flung off his camel's back.
Son of a bitch!
I would
No, I
like
wouldn't
Mulberry
say
to make... I would like Mulberry to make a luck check, please.
Oh dear.
This is what
Well,
you
it's
collect,
a good thing.
get for
Luckily
collecting
for me,
poo.
I'm quite- Hey, I'm not the one collecting poo, sir. And for your matter, I happen to be an extremely lucky boy, because that's a pass.
Lucky boy.
Very well. You're flung off your camel and you tumble through the air until the side of your body collides with a large overhanging rock. You feel pain jut up your rib as you crumple down into the sands, aching in pain. You take 3 points of damage.
Oof.
1d6.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
So 1d3 then, if I'm passing.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's
You take
2.
3
Well,
points of damage.
oh, 3
You
points.
climb up and brush the sand off your clothes. It appears that you're all right. No bones are broken, though you may have slightly dislocated something in your ribs. You can take a few moments to stretch until you feel something pop back into place. And then, as the rest of the group try hard to stifle their laughs, you climb back on your camel.
I was gonna say, no worries, nothing too bruised, maybe except for my
Are you
pride.
quite alright, my compatriot?
Did you want Big Dave to look at that for you?
Just starts looking at the camel.
It's quite alright. It's been quite some time since I've ridden a camel. Nothing hurt there but my pride. No worries.
The way I calm my camel is I lean forward and I just like pull a small brass whistle out that
makes a moose call.
Yeah, make a moose call.
You blow it and you make a moose call, and your camel just stops thrashing and it stands there with a puzzled look on its face.
I was gonna say, it's not actually calm down, it's just confused.
And now the majestic mating call of the yak.
Oh wow, it sounds like a giant giraffe up there.
Once you're back safely on board your camels, you continue to ride through the desert, calming them and forcing them to push through the rainstorm. The rainstorm persists through the rest of the day, and as the sun once again goes down behind the horizon and night falls once again, there are still pitters and patters of lukewarm rain falling down upon you. You stop in the middle of a large plateau of sand. Your guides place wooden poles into the sand and tie up all the camels, and then you get to work making camp for the night. Is there anything anyone would like to do this night?
Well, before we go to sleep, Big Dave would like to help out the Professor Mulberry if he wants it.
Oh, well, that
Would
that
you
would be
like...
quite...
Very well. Big Dave, do a first aid check, please.
Just the standard one.
quite
That is a
pass.
extreme pass.
Oh.
As you set up the tents and eat your dinner, you then retire, and before you go to sleep, Big Dave pulls up Mulberry's shirt and places his hand on the rib and just slowly strokes it, and you determine that one of the ribs is slightly dislocated, and so you perform some basic first aid that essentially amounts to punching him very hard in the rib and then applying a bandage to pop it back into place.
Well, that's one way to put it back in. Oh,
Professor Mulberry, you gain 1 HP.
For an extreme roll.
Oh, for an extreme roll, you gain 1d3 HP, which I will do.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, so you're back. You're fine.
I'm better
And
than
then
five.
you retire to bed for the second night.
But before we go to bed,
Dusseldorf.
Big Dave cocks his head to the side and says, "This is why you don't fuck with your white healer."
The night is once again punctuated by nothing but the sound of wind blowing in the sand, the occasional from a camel outside, and yet more sounds of glass jars being screwed and unscrewed. And at some point just after midnight, one of you hears Musseldorf muttering to himself, "Oh, would you look at that? Well, that suggests that the diet is... yes! The most digestive process." The next morning you awaken and come out of your tents and find that all evidence of the storm yesterday is gone. None of the sand is wet and muddy. The boiling sun is already high in the sky and has already erased any traces of the downpour from yesterday. Without a word, you all enjoy your meager meal and then climb your camels.
Something I would like to add is that not all
Yes.
jars are labeled fecal sample.
God.
What are some of them labelled?
Oh, no.
I will leave it to your imaginations.
Snack.
Oh, yeah.
Let me guess.
As-
Red Rocket.
Oh, no.
As you climb aboard your camels, you notice that once again Musseldorf's pack is slightly larger than before, and you notice one of the jars almost falls out. He quickly reaches over and grabs it and shoves it back into his pack, and you notice it seems to be half full of some gooey white substance. You don't have enough time to read the label before he stows
Oh
it back
my
in his
god!
I'm just going to look at that interesting dude over there and pretend like this never happened.
Oh, look at this distinguished gentleman. Yes, quite distinguished.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, just casually mutter under my breath, going, I'm starting to think the scientific academic community was right about this one.
And you ride on through the desert for the next 2 hours. the same sand dunes, the same heat, yet again with no promise that it will come to an end today. And then around 10 in the morning, you hear a rather disturbing animal cry, like a caw.
Yeah.
How close would it be to the moon?
And you look up in the sky and see a pack of vultures, 6 or 7 of them, just flying overhead, beginning to circle you.
I'm not dead yet.
I was going to say, as much as I'd like to say this is a fascinating moment, unfortunately, vultures in the desert usually only circle those they believe are going to die soon. So hopefully everyone's feeling hale and hearty, or else we may just end up their breakfast.
I think I'll be alright.
You ride on for a bit further, the vultures continuing to circle you the entire way. And then after about 20 minutes, one of them comes down slightly closer and circles around your group, almost within throwing distance. And this spooks your camels. They all immediately buck up, fear in their eyes and spittle in their mouths. I'd like you to all make riding checks once again.
Oh, come on.
Oh, for God's sake.
That's a 10! Woo!
Pass.
Failure.
Oh.
But can I push? Actually, no, I will not push.
Yes, you will not push it. Very
Oh,
well.
please, come on, pass.
I would like Museldorf to make a luck check, please.
That is a failure.
Oh, no. No.
Very well.
And now Bristledorf is covered in shit, piss, and cum.
Oh no!
Yeah. You managed to bring your mooses under control, and once again Museldorf reaches into his pocket and pulls out a whistle, and he blows it. But strangely, this seems to spook his moose even more, who immediately bucks, sending him flying through the air.
Wait, that was meant to be the mother's call, not the mating call!
I do have a new favorite.
You fly through the air, and with a loud thump crash into a sand dune, the sand breaking most of your fall. You take 1 point of damage and appear to have caused no permanent disruption to your body's function. However, as you fall, you hear the sound of several glass jars breaking.
My
And as Museldorf climbs back to his feet, you notice a large stain beginning to grow on the bottom of his backpack.
I'm just gonna pull just handkerchief and just cover my nose, like, oh dear. Are you quite all right down there, my good friend?
Weeks of research wasted.
Oh, I sympathize with your loss, and oh dear.
Big Dave just shakes his head.
That's what you get.
Jamal the guide turns and he holds back. He tries his best to hold back a laugh, and he says, "You must respect the camel, sir. If you do not respect the camel, she does not respect you." And then once you are back on top of your mounts, you continue riding, and despite the entertaining interruption of Museldorf falling off his camel and destroying weeks of research, the journey once again settles back into the boring routine of making your way through the desert, past the sand dunes, once again being belted by the heat. And at one point, you think that this would be nice if you could just sleep, but no, you have to make sure that you're in control of the camel, and then bang! In front of you, Jamal the guide's head pops like a watermelon.
Oh my god.
His headless body slumps and then sails sideways off the camel, lying on the floor, the sand immediately painted red.
That doesn't seem to happen every day.
I would like all of you to please make sand checks.
And here it comes. There we go.
That is a pass. That is an 18.
I
That's
literally just
8.
passed.
All right, Mooseldorf, I'd like you to lose 1d6, San. The rest of you, 1d3.
Come on, give me a 1.
Wait.
On my screen, it's a pass.
That's a 1.
Oh, okay. So that I think on my screen it's got Big Dave passing. So I just like Big Dave.
Mine's 48.
Yeah, on mine it says.
Yeah, sorry.
Yours is 99.
Mine's 99. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So unfortunately, 1d6 San for Musseldorf, 1d3 for everyone else.
That would be 3 points.
Ahmed immediately screams, and the rest of you feel your mouths drop agape. In the distance, on top of a sand dune, you can see a cloud of dust being kicked up as 10 men with camels ride towards you. You can see the glint of the metal of the rifles clasped in their hands. Ahmed turns around and he looks at you all and he says, "Oh no, by Allah, it is Kamal, the desert bandit."
Okay.
Who the hell is Kamal?
Am I gonna know who that is?
Can I identify the sex of the desert moose coming towards us?
Oh,
God.
Yes. Make a natural world roll, please.
What is with you freaking oakses and dicks?
That is a critical
That's a pass.
Oh,
You see it's about a 50-50 mix. 5 of them are male and 5 of them are female.
Okay. I'm going to
Ahmed
get...
lowers. Yes.
2 bottles labeled musk. Sample 1 and sample 2.
Get them ready. Reach into your
ready
pack
and get them ready to throw.
You see Mooseldorf begin rifling through his sack as Ahmed, fear written on his face, regales to you. Kamal is the famous desert bandit. He roams this area, preying on caravans. If we immediately dismount and surrender, then Kamal will simply rob us. If we resist, he will murder us all. Please, I beg of you, we must surrender to Kamal. We must surrender. I would like Mulberry, please, to make an education check.
Understandable.
Yep, just Mulberry to make an. Yes, you
I
can.
think I smell a scare.
That's
my spells.
yeah, that's a pass.
So you've lived in Cairo for nearly 10 years now, and you have heard the name Kamal mentioned a couple of times. He is indeed a rather infamous, much feared desert bandit, known for his brutality. He shoots first and asks questions later. He's known for the brutal ways in which he murders his victims and the even worse things he does to the women.
Alright, how many...
However-
Oh, sorry, go on.
Yep.
No, finish first, I'll...
Yep. However, you also know that Kamal has a reputation for only robbing Arabian travelers, apparently fearing that to interfere with Europeans would bring too much grief down upon him from the government. Attacking your party of Europeans goes against everything you've heard about the man, indicating that something is not quite right.
As much as I wish to believe you, dear boy, I do suspect something's up. The Kamal that I've heard stories of would never rob Europeans lest they bring the government's wrath down.
Guys, don't worry about this. I got this. I would like to cast Flesh Ward on myself.
Very well. Perform the Flesh Ward casting, please.
Crap, what is it again? Cost 1d4 sand. Give me a 1. That's a 2.
Yep.
Oh, either way. Okay,
Yep,
so.
Alright, 2 points of Flesh Ward is better than nothing.
No, that was just,
Oh, yes, your sand? Alright,
Yeah,
I
using
will now
sand.
roll your Flesh Ward for you. You've got 3 points of Flesh Ward.
Big Dave's head
Beside
cops to the
you.
side. Let's slaughter them all.
Alright, guys, just stay here. And I would, ride to the... Wait, how many of them are there as well?
10.
10?
There seems to be about 10, and they're riding in your direction. They're all holding rifles and will probably fire if you make any sudden movements.
Okay.
As much as although I know this most likely is not the work of this Kamal character, I dare say we find ourselves heavily outgunned. I don't know about you, but it seems that surrender would probably still be our best option.
Or fleeing?
I don't think they're going to give us a chance of fleeing on this one.
Don't worry. I have
Yes, well, yes, he has the moose musk. You watch and wait and simply prepare to wait and see what happens as the bandits get closer and closer. As they come into clear view, you notice that all of them are holding what appear to be military-grade rifles of the like used in the Great War, all of them trained upon your party. The man in the very middle of the group... The man in the very middle of the group, presumably Kamal, due to his long beard and extravagantly coloured clothing, rides slightly forward, and he cocks his gun and barks something at your group in Arabic. I would like Mulberry to please make an Arabic check.
Yep, that's just a pass.
He barks in no uncertain terms. Surrender now, or you will die.
It seems he's only given us 2 options, and neither of them are quite pleasant. Seems that
as soon as he barks the orders, your guide Ahmed dismounts from his camel, runs to Kamal's feet, and begins groveling. Almost his words interspersed with tears. Kamal looks down at him and simply scoffs, and then he looks back at you, and he barks the same order again.
Okay, well, I don't think we have much options on this one.
No,
You may attempt to
Better
fight
come
them,
up
you
with a
could try
plan because
to...
Big Dave's going to do something.
What was that?
I said you better come up with a plan, otherwise Big Dave is going to do something.
Well, I did have a plan, but I didn't know there was 10 guys.
Yeah.
Oh, Big Dave's going
You have
head on.
What was that, Dale?
You have
You know.
essentially, the way I see it, you have essentially these options. You may surrender, you may try to talk your way through, you may try to shoot your way through, which I would not recommend, or you may try Musseldorf's eccentric plan.
Well, I'm out of ideas because I didn't realise there was 10 men before I cast Flesh Ward.
Flesh Ward will still be handy in a second.
Oh, yeah.
So what would you guys like to do? Make sure you're firm on your choice, because this could potentially get you killed.
And
Yes.
I do want to go with Plan Musseldorf.
Depends. You haven't explained what exactly Plan Musseldorf is. All I know is it involves...
Alright, who of you is the best shot?
Dave.
Alright. I will pitch something above them.
If you give it to Dave, he can throw it.
Yes, Dave. I hand him 2 jars. Throw these, and then on my count, you with the rifle fire.
Well, wait, what, Dave, well, Matt, what's your, firearms?
Throw.
Oh, throw, okay, never mind.
No, he wants Dave to throw the musk, and then someone else to fire at them.
Okay, well, my
No, shoot the musk above them.
Yeah, that's what we were just saying.
Oh, shoot the musk.
So the musk rains down upon the
I was going to say, who has the best firearms?
I have 65.
Yeah, I only have 50.
Alright, looks like Max Power's gonna do it. Okay. So first, Musseldorf, I'd like you to make a natural world check, please.
Oh dear.
That is a hard pass.
rifle through your bag, go through all of your surviving specimens, and you pick out a couple of jars of musk that you believe are from the subspecies of moose most closely related to the camel. And then you hand them to Dave. Dave, are you going to throw them, or do you think that this is a bad idea?
I wish to mix them together into a concoction.
Yes, very well. You do that. You pour it all into one jar, and then you hand the jar to Dave, while everyone else simply looks on with puzzled and confused looks on their faces. Dave, what do you do now?
I need you to pitch above them.
Big Dave will do so. Because otherwise Big Dave was going to bury a hatchet into the leader's head, so...
Very well, Big Dave, make a throw check, please, and that's a pass. Big Dave immediately lowers his arm and then, with lightning speed, hurls the jar into the air. I would like Big Dave to make a luck check, please.
Oh no.
That's a fail.
As you make the sudden movement.
Can I spend luck on his behalf?
No.
You can't spend luck on a luck check.
Because it is my...
But don't worry, this may still be fine. As he makes the sudden movement to hurl the jar into the air, one of the bandits cocks his gun and fires in Big Dave's direction, but he misses. A small cloud of sand spurts up into the air about half a meter away from Dave's camel. Now, Max Power, you must make a hard firearms check.
Come on. That is a 4.
Oh, fuck.
Yes.
Whoa. Raise your gun and bang! You shoot at the jar of musk. I would now like you to make a luck check, please.
Okay, that is a 1.
Oh my god.
Yep. Okay.
Wait, the little Eldritch symbol on the 100 is 0, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, then it is 1.
Okay, so the bandit will fire with disadvantage then. You fire your gun, and almost immediately the air is punctuated by 2 more gunshots as they fire back at you. And they miss. Everything bursts into chaos as the musk jar breaks, and all of the bandits' camels begin bucking and going crazy, trying their best to throw their riders off and to get to each other so that they can fight, or perhaps not fight.
Now, while they're sitting ducks, kill them all.
Wait, don't kill the leader. Go for a wounding shot.
I pull out my .22 rifle and I open my fire.
Okay, I guess we're fighting 10 people off now, I guess.
Yes, 10 people disabled and unable to aim properly.
2, 3. Okay, 4 of the bandits, including Kamal, managed to bring their camels under control, but the rest of them are flung off, each of them taking 2 points of damage, and as they collapse into the sand, their camels scatter into the desert, running in all directions, driven crazy by the moose musk.
Actually, perhaps we flee.
Yeah, that would have been my plan.
Well, I think it's a bit too late for that now.
Well, actually, we could flee far enough that only the ones with camels could chase us.
And then we fight them.
Oh yeah, we still have our camels, yeah.
Yeah. So what do? Just spur your camels and head off?
Wait, we all have terrible ride skill, don't we?
I have a mediocre ride skill.
Yes, not quite my forte.
But I have a lot of unspent luck and cunning plans.
So cunning you can brush your teeth.
You can't use luck in a fight situation.
No.
Yeah, combat rolls you can't spend luck. However, in a chase you can.
Oh, cool.
I'm not expecting to use them on combat rolls.
Cool.
Yes.
I didn't know that we couldn't. That we could use them in chases. So,
Wait, let me just check. Call of Cthulhu 7A chase rules.
I'll be back in a second.
Okay. You cannot push or spend luck on chase rolls either.
Damn it.
And if you flee now, that will be a chase.
Alright. Well, I believe the chase is on.
Alright?
I'm pretty sure none of us are going to make it if we run.
Keep in mind they may not necessarily kill you.
They might be trying to catch.
They're just not going to be very happy after you. You spur your camel. Musseldorf shouts, "Flee!" And then you spur your camels and tear off into the desert. Behind you, you hear a gunshot as Kamal shoots your last remaining guide in the head, and then he barks an order in Arabic, and the 4 remaining bandits tear off after you. Okay, I would like each of you to make ride checks, please.
That is a 9.
That's a fail.
Why do I do the really awesome rolls at the beginning of the game?
So that's 1 fail. Right, let's see how.
Can you see if what mines come up as? Because
you haven't rolled yet.
Okay, mine's sort of grayed out. I don't know why.
Can I?
Alright, I'll roll. Here it comes. I'll roll for Tom, because sometimes it does that, and it means another person has to do it. Your ride is 50, 50, correct?
Yes. No, I failed then.
That's 2 fails. Okay. Mulberry, your ride check, please.
Can I spend 2 luck points, or does that not count now? That we're
It's a chase. It's a chase. You can't spend luck.
So I'm the only one who passed.
Well, they're all dead. Nice
Yep.
knowing you.
And as Max's camel spurs forward, there are gunshots as the bandits fire their guns, and behind you, you hear the squeals of your 3 friends' camels as they each take a bullet. They immediately roll into the sands and pitch their owners off. Big Dave and the 2 professors each take 2 points of damage.
Lovely.
Max power. Do you stop or do you just keep going?
1 second. I'm just having a look at a spell that I have, but I'm not sure if it needs any specific conditions. And I can't really mention it here. I need to talk to you in private for it.
Yeah, I think I know the spell you're referring to, and in this instance, no, you will not be able to cast it.
Alright. Okay, so alright.
It's not nighttime. It's not nighttime.
No, not the star vampires.
Oh, the other one? Yeah, you can. You need to have something with his Actually, no, you can cast that, but all it will do is provide advice. He's not guaranteed to actually intervene.
Well, should I risk doing this or stop?
It seems at this point, surrender might be the sensible option.
Oh, Big Dave's fighting.
Also, how far away are the bandits?
They're closing on your companions very fast, but they're too close for you to be able to rescue more than one of your companions, but they're still far enough away that if you wanted to keep going, they probably wouldn't be able to catch you.
But are they in 5 or 10 yards?
Probably not. They're about maybe 15 to 20 yards away.
Alright, so that leaves the shotgun ineffective.
Oh, you can still fire it. You'll just have the close range damage if you hit them.
Close range damage, so the 4d6.
Yeah. 4d6 is the 4d6 is, you'll have the long range damage.
Yeah, that's where I was getting confused.
Yeah.
Oh, 2d6.
Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
the book said 1d6.
Oh, yeah, because it's a sawn off. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll only be 1d6 at this range.
All right.
Which is enough to, if you hit them, it'll get them to at least fall off their camel.
Also, where the professors are the ones with the supplies. If you run off now, you're alone in the desert.
No, I'm not running off. I'm weighing up my options of what to do.
No, I'm just helping you make that decision.
You know what? I'm gonna ride back and try for a headshot on the leader.
All right, go ahead. You're on your camel, so you must fire using your ride skill instead of your firearm skill.
Oh, what? Okay, I take that back then.
Do you wish to not? All right, so you wish to surrender?
Yeah.
I mean, you could climb off your camel and fire if you want, but
I could.
All right, you stop. Do you wish to do that?
Oh shit. Let's see. And I still have 4 points in Flesh Ward, so that's good.
Yes. You can probably take a hit or two.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Cast Flesh Ward on me. So I can start hacking.
Yeah, but they'll be shooting at you at close range though. Then.
Yeah, he's probably not going to have time to cast Flesh Ward now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's still all 10 of them, isn't it?
No, it'd only be 4.
Yeah, no, it's only 4. The others are on foot. They're running. The others are on foot. They will get to you eventually, but they're, nowhere near close at the moment.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna leave this on you. What do you think I should do? Surrender or fight?
Big Dave is gonna fight.
Well, I'm not really a fighting man. I am more of the.
Yes, I think the two professors.
I mean, I can hold my own, but it's not usually my preferred line of.
Wasn't much of a pugilist, really. I left that to the more brawnier of my research fellows.
Alright.
I'm a decent shot with a 22, though.
Am I close enough to get a regular hit off with the handgun, or am I far enough that it would have to be a hard pass?
You can wait for them to get closer and then get off a normal shot with the handgun. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I think I'll do that then. Well, looks like we're in combat. God damn it!
Is there
only you climb,
4 of them tracing, or is the whole 10?
The other 6 are on the way. At the moment, it's only 4. It's going to take, if you get into combat now, it's going to take several rounds before the others arrive.
Okay, so I've bought us some time there at least.
Yes. Right. You climb off your camel, which immediately shrieks and runs off into the desert, leaving you stranded on foot. And then you wait for the bandits to ride closer. Pull out your gun and take aim. Make a firearms check, please.
Yep. So I'll just normal shot because I want to try to do a headshot on the leader.
Oh, if you're trying to do a headshot on the leader, that's going to be with disadvantage.
Oh, okay. We'll just go for a normal shot then.
Dear Master of Dungeons, can you please roll on my behalf?
Yes.
Okay, that is a. Oh my god! That's a 1.
All right, that's good. All right. So Tom, your roll was 21. What were you rolling for?
To join in the opening of fire.
All right. All right. So we'll do. So that's
with my 22 rifle.
Yep. All right. So. Yep. All right. So first, I would like Liam to roll damage, please, and double it.
All right. So that is a. Okay. Where's my calculator again? Wait, 7 7 is 14, isn't it?
Yep. 14.
Nice.
All right. And I will roll damage for Tom. So that's 1d8 plus 4. 6 points of damage. You draw your pistol, and beside you, you see Museldorf sling the 22 off his back and fire. The bandits keep coming. You see Kamal immediately topple off his camel as his head explodes in a rain of blood and gore. Then, the 22 shot hits one of the other bandits in his chest. his camel begins to rear out of control. But he brings it under control, pulls himself up and slumps over its neck, and then all three of them fire back at you.
Oof.
Okay.
Oh dear.
And you're in the desert, so there'd be conceivably nothing you can dodge behind, so that's going to be 2 hits altogether. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to have to look up their weapon damage. I have World War One.
Before then.
No, because you're a melee. You're not close enough to throw or. Yeah, but they're still slightly too far for that. They're exchanging fire with rifles, so.
I wish that the enemies had to make sand checks too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but. Alright, so that's 8 plus 2. Okay, bang! Bang! Max Power and Museldorf, you each fall to the ground as the bullets hit you in the chest, spraying blood everywhere, and you take 4 points of damage.
I take nothing.
Oh yeah, you take nothing because of your flesh wound.
Yeah.
I would like Museldorf to make a constitution check, please.
It's just a flesh. Tis but a scratch.
Can you roll on my behalf again? There's something my internet is fucking.
I see. Alright, and that's a pass. You clutch your chest wound as it begins to bleed, but manage to remain conscious. And now, who's got the higher dex between Big Dave and Mulberry?
70.
80.
Alright, Mulberry. Mulberry, you're up.
I basically take up my, 30 lever action rifle and go. I suppose there's no point in trying to run now. Might as well make the most of this. And take aim at, I don't know, pick a person and open fire.
And fire. All right, roll firearms, please.
All right. Can I push that?
It's a combat roll, so unfortunately not.
Bugger. Well, then I miss.
All right, you fire. Bang! And you miss. Your bullet pounding uselessly into the sand, sending up a small dust cloud. Okay, Big Dave, you're up.
Am I within throwing distance now that they've closed the distance?
Yep, now you can make a throwing check.
Cool. That's a pass.
All right, roll damage for your throwing hatchet, please.
1d6 plus 1 plus 1d. Wait, that's not right.
That's 1d 1,000.
My God.
The man literally.
1d.
I was gonna say, I didn't realize.
1 plus.
I didn't realize you were firing.
Oh, God damn it. I'll get there eventually.
1d6 plus 1. Hang on. I'll see if I can get it. 1d6 plus 1d6. Yeah, there we go. 9 damage.
Plus 1. It's got
plus 1, yes. So 10 damage. You hurl your hatchet at one of the incoming men, and you watch as its blade buries itself in his neck. Blood immediately begins gashing out, and he tumbles off his camel, leaving 2 men, one of them still wounded from Museldorf's gunshot.
Betty always was a bloodsucker.
They both raise their guns and pop off a couple rounds in your direction. One of them hits and one of them misses. Big Dave, you take 9 points of damage.
Oh no!
Jesus.
And I would like Big Dave to make a constitution check, please.
Oh, fuck. God damn it. Sorry, I've got to redo my 1d100, and I will copy paste that.
D100. Is that a That's fail. You watch as blood begins to blossom under your shirt, and then you feel woozy and drop to the floor in a faint. That's a major wound, and now you are unconscious. Okay, Liam, what is your dex?
My dex is 55.
55, okay, and Musseldorf's is 60, so he gets to go first. We'll just wait for him to pop back in.
Goddamn, screwed us over, Dusseldorf.
See, here's the thing. If you had just surrendered, they would have taken your stuff and left you, and you would have been fine. But, yeah, that's okay. That's okay. You're still gonna live. Okay, Musseldorf, you're up next. Okay, Big Dave has taken a bullet in the chest and fainted.
All right, can I get a just brief recap? Because my net dropped there for about 3 or 4 minutes.
Yep. Okay, they've been engaging in a gunfire with the 2 remaining bandits. One of them fired and hit Big Dave in the chest for 9 points of damage, and he's passed out.
Sure.
And it's now your turn.
One of them wounded from the one I shot before?
Yes, one.
And
yes,
killed one.
You could.
I would
Yes,
like to fire. I would like to fire with my 22. I will see if I can roll for that now.
Okay.
That is a 60.
Yes, and you can.
That is a 61. I'm 11 off.
61.
There's nothing I can do.
No, unfortunately, because it's a combat roll. Okay, Max Power, you're up.
Well, I guess I just, Yes, Victoria, what is it? I'm not talking to you. Shoot at the other one and try to go for a kill.
Alright, roll your firearms, please.
Okay, that is a 15, which is...
Ooh, that's a hard pass.
Yes, hard.
Roll firearms, please, and double it.
1d10. Where's my d10 gone? There we go. 14 damage again.
14 damage. Bang! You fire, striking a headshot on the other bandit. He immediately flies off his mount and collapses into the sand. Meanwhile, all the gunfire spooks the last remaining bandit's camel. He struggles to keep it under control, but he fails. It flings him off into the sands. He hits the ground with a thud and doesn't move, either dead or unconscious, as his mount scatters into the sandy dunes. All right, you have approximately a minute or 2 before the rest of them arrive. What would you like to do?
Well, first we had to wake up Big Dave.
Yes. What I suggest we do is we climb to the top of the sand dune and build ourselves like a little cover by moving some of the sand aside to put our rifles so we can sort of just poke our heads up over the dune and fire, giving us some measure of cover.
I suggest you do that after getting me, because otherwise you're going to have to pull me up there.
Yeah.
Or you can flee. Or you can flee.
Well, I think I could drag Big Dave because my power is 90. And my size is 90.
I've got a build of +2, man.
My build's +2 as well.
Ooh, yeah, he's got a... okay, so you're equal. Yep.
Okay.
So what's your... yes, you can. Big Dave, what is your size?
80.
80.
90.
Okay, so what is your strength though, Max Power?
Strength is 75.
Yeah, unfortunately you won't be able to lift him.
Someone do enough first aid on me that I wake up. And then I can
someone...
Do we have that kit?
Yes.
Yes, there's 2 kits on me.
It's in your pack.
I have the first aid skill. I would like to use that to give myself +30 to healing as much as I can.
Very well. Make the check, please.
5 over. Can I burn?
You can push this because it's not combat, or you can spend luck on it if you like.
I will push it.
Yep.
All right. That is in that one.
In that one.
Oh.
All right. you crawl over to Big Dave and pull out the first aid kit and retrieve the bullet from his wound, and you pour some moose piss on him for good measure, and then bandage it all up. Never underestimate the healing powers of moose piss. And then
where have we gone?
He begins to stir. Big Dave, you recover 1d3 HP, and your major wound has stabilized.
Alright, well, there's some downtime before they get here. I want to cast Flesh Water myself again. And I guess Big Dave.
On yourself.
So myself and Big Dave.
So spend the sand cost twice, please.
That's a 1, and that's a 2, so 3.
Alright, I roll.
So that would be 2d6.
Yep. 2d6. It's 1d6 for all of you, but you still spend the sand twice. You're casting on 2 people. And that is 1 point of flesh ward you get.
Oh, that shit.
God damn.
I would like to execute my plan of climbing to the top of a sand dune and sort of...
Yeah. At this, Museldorf, as soon as he hears Big Dave groaning, he just grabs his rifle and runs towards the nearest sand dune. Which of you has the lowest luck?
What about 60?
66.
66. I would like Museldorf to do a luck check, please.
That is a pass.
That is a pass. Okay. You hear bang as a gun is fired, and you see 6 men walking towards you from a nearby sand dune. One of them has just fired his rifle into the air as a warning.
Suppose we all better run up.
Do you continue? Do you keep running to the top of the dune, Museldorf?
How close am I to cresting it?
About 5 feet, but you've just been given a warning shot.
Well, it'll take me a couple of seconds to re-aim.
Doubt that would be...
What's everybody else doing at this point?
They're just there in the dune, bringing Big Dave around.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go back down and rejoin my companions. Actually, no, I'll just freeze. I'll just freeze for the moment.
Yeah, you just freeze on the spot and wait. You turn around and watch as the 6 men approach. They keep their arms pointed at you, but do not fire. As they approach, they see the corpses of their compatriots on the ground. One of them sees the corpse of Kamal, and then he loudly spits, sending a hock of saliva onto Kamal's corpse. He begins to clap, holding his rifle under his arm. I would like Mulberry to make an Arabic check, please.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's a pass.
He says, well done, you killed the bastard, and now I am the leader. As a token of goodwill, if you surrender now, I give you my word that you will not be harmed.
Pretty much just the others going, well, turns out he wasn't, this Kamal fella wasn't quite as popular with his own men as we first thought. It seems if we choose to surrender now, they will cease hostilities with the rest of us and will hopefully only rob us lightly.
What's your persuade like?
Let's see. Persuade. Ew, 20.
20. Damn it. Does he speak English?
Can I ask?
I mean, he knows that you're white, and he's shouted at you in Arabic, so...
I would assume not, unfortunately, my good man.
God damn it! I can't. I'd attempt to persuade him to just let us walk our own way.
I'm gonna try Spanish.
Yep. Yeah, you can try Spanish.
I try it.
You let him get closer, and what do you say in Spanish?
Lávate las manos!
make a Spanish check, please.
Surely I don't need to make a Spanish check to say, do you speak Spanish?
Oh yeah, just to shout. Yeah, okay. You shout out, "A habla español." The man looks at you, and he raises his gun, and then in severely broken English, he says, "If you wish to talk this through, you must talk in my tongue or nothing."
Forgive my colleague. He didn't understand the severity of the situation. Obviously, speaking this in Arabic.
Okay, so how bad is your persuade?
20.
You can make a charm check if you like, but you must first pass an Arabic check before the charm check if you wish to do that.
My charm's also only about 40.
Better than your persuade.
But he has given you the option to surrender and not be harmed. So, like, you don't need to charm him unless you're trying to get him to let you go.
Yeah.
Well,
with like all your stuff. Cause...
Yeah, we kind of want to keep our stuff. Can you at least attempt to charm?
Look, I can give it a go.
Well, first, we do the language
just
check.
Keep up our stuff.
Alright, well, I can
Alright, first...
Language check.
Alright, first I'd like you to make an Arabic check, please.
Yep, that's a hard pass.
Very well. You may now make a charm check with advantage because you got a hard pass on your Arabic check.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that's 27. So that's a pass.
All right. What do you say to this fine fellow?
Now, if you don't mind, my good man, we have very little to offer you, if anything, and I suppose your recent promotion to leader of this lovely corroboree here, maybe you could see it in your heart to let us off, if only this once. You let us go. You take your remaining fellows, and we let this whole thing just pass on by.
He looks at you as if considering your offer, and then he says, "Yes, I am leader, but I am still under the command of Qatif, and Qatif has paid us to dispose of the Europeans in the desert."
Archie, go away.
That's going. It would seem they have actually been paid to deal with us personally.
He appears to think for a moment, and then he says, "Well, I was not told to bring back proof of your death, and so perhaps maybe you grease our palms and we leave you in the desert."
Wait, are these guys superstitious people?
You don't know.
Look, if they're
They
asking
might be.
for a bribe instead of like just robbing all of our
No. What I'm thinking is, because there's bound to be a rock or something around. I make that rock into an Eldritch sign and enchant it.
Into an elder sign?
Yeah.
I mean, elder signs
like an
don't
hour
work
to
on
do,
people.
Yeah.
It takes an hour to do. Permanent power loss, and elder signs don't work on people.
Yeah,
That's why I said... No, we give it to him. That's why I'm asking if they're superstitious.
Oh, you're gonna give... Oh, well, you could show him your elder sign and see how he reacts.
And just hold it up and see what happens first.
I can't see this going wrong in any way whatsoever.
Nah.
Oh, see, I don't... Because I'm broke. And the elder sign is the only thing of real value that I want to keep.
Wait, don't I have still have $50 of your cash?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
That he took from his assets.
Yeah.
I give him the remaining $50 that he gave, through the remaining of the $50 he gave me, because did I only spend 50 of his and 20 of mine, so there's 50 remaining, so I give him that.
Alright, well, okay, ask how much they want then.
I just proffer
look,
all my
and
I just proffer. This is all the money I have on me, so I just proffer it to him.
Yep. you look. The bandit looks. He takes in all the money that you've assembled, and then he looks at each of you in turn. I would like Max Power to do a luck check, please.
Okay, where's my... That is a pass.
As his eyes reach you, they linger on the elder sign on your neck, and then his mouth twists into a smile, and then he says, give me that stone. I was about
to say, I didn't end up taking out the stone. It's still underneath my shirt.
Oh, okay, yep, alright, yep. In that case, he says, well, you have considerably less money than we thought you would have for Europeans on a journey to find treasure. Isn't that right? I'm afraid you will have to offer something to sweeten the deal.
Well, I also have some funds of my own, if I may interject.
Big Dave still has a little bit of money.
So I happily offer up, let's see if it's, I'll offer him another $50 on top of that.
Big Dave will also offer 50.
I would like you all to make credit rating checks, please.
Oh,
Jesus.
come on.
Oh dear.
I have a...
That's a 1.
That's far. Fail.
I have an
That's one.
envelope.
That's one fail.
An envelope labeled
Ooh, it's a pass. Yay.
Photographic evidence. Canadian moose mating.
Yeah, no, they're not going to be interested
right
in
now.
that. They can't read.
They're not New Zealand.
And Big Dave is fondling Bob very profusely right now.
So that's 2 passes and 2 fails.
Does it count better because it's an extreme pass?
Yeah, and I got a hard pass.
No, I was just looking for passes and fails.
Okay.
He steps forward and he says, if you give us all of the cash you have with you, then maybe we will consider letting you go. Otherwise, if there is anything you can offer us that perhaps our boss, Katif, would find useful. And then he winks at you and knowingly says, I think you know the kinds of things we are talking about.
Oh dear. It would seem that we either...
hoping to leave this expedition in my anal virginity intact, but perhaps the way of a lower...
So either you all reset your cash to 0, or offer something that their boss would be interested in.
Well, my cash is already at 0 after giving the last $50.
I can give them the rest
my
of
cash
mine.
is 0. So I'm happy to reduce it to what it is.
Yep, I'll throw up the rest of my money, I guess.
Alright. So you reduce your cash to 0.
Big Dave wonders whether or not he wants to put an axe in the guy's head.
I really thought we didn't, since we're outnumbered, outgunned, and already injured.
Big Dave doesn't care. Big Dave's sick of this shit.
Well, being robbed
fine, Big Dave will pay.
Suspicious beginning of a expedition.
Yes.
Right, so you're handing over all your cash.
Do we know anything about this boss he's talking about?
No, you've never heard the name.
Okay.
Alright, you're handing over all your cash. Very well. Hand over all the cash on you and hope that it's enough. The bandit makes a hand motion and 2 of his thugs collect the cash and begin counting it. One of them nods and then the bandit turns to you and in Arabic he says, very well, it will do, but we must at least make a show of trying to do you in, as they say. And so you will have to trust us to blindfold you and lead you to a safe place.
Oh dear. They wish to blindfold us and lead us to a what they consider a safe place.
Seriously, Big Dave is about to hatchet someone.
I thought they were just going to leave us alone.
Yes, so did I.
I don't particularly feel like being transported to a second location because, from what I understand of most murder, true crime readings I've done, is it never ends well for the victim led to the second location.
Oh dear.
Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
I really
He
don't
did
know.
give you his word that he would not kill you. He did give you his word that he wouldn't kill you.
I don't trust his word.
You can make psychology. Anyone who has psychology skill, you may attempt a psychology check to try and get a reading on what
That's
exactly his
pass.
intentions are. Yep. He looks kind of tired and fed up. You get the impression that he'd rather not fight and he'd rather not have to kill you, but he wants to at least make a show of force for his new underlings. Whatever this entails.
Essentially, we're dealing with the most brutish way of him basically trying to show that his men that he is now in hand.
And also that he can show mercy. He wants to show mercy, but also do it in a display of force.
Let's just go for it. This is a whole clusterfuck of things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very well.
We're basically guessing at this point, so I will go with whatever the rest of you. I have much to consider about what I've observed about the desert moose.
Big Dave says two options. We go with him, or Big Dave buries Harold into his head right here and now.
Okay, well, it would seem
the bandit. Yep.
It would seem
Go
that,
M2.
I don't really want to because I have no idea where the fuck we're going to go from here, but it seems that our best bet is to sadly take him up on his word and hope to God that he doesn't just bury us in the fucking dunes. Alright, very well. It would seem that this is as far as negotiations are going to go. We will take you on your word, good sir. I do so hope you, for everyone's sakes, that you would honor it. We'd hate for there to be a new...
The bandit... Yeah,
new
the bandit nods. The bandit nods and the 5 underlings step forward. Each of them sets to work, tying your hands up behind your back and placing blindfolds over your head. And the one that's dealing with Big Dave, as he ties your hands, he whispers in your ear, "Do not worry, I'm not going to remove your friends."
Big Dave relaxes a little.
Then, once you are tied up and blindfolded, you hear the bandit bark an order, and you feel guns press up against your backs, and they begin to march you out into the desert. You were marched across the hot sand for an hour or two before you are butted in the back of the head with rifles and forced to clamber over some broken rocks and then crawl single file through a low opening. Through this opening, the air becomes noticeably cooler, and the echoes of the bandits' voices as they talk amongst themselves tells you that you are now inside of something. After a short walk further, the bandits pull you to a halt, and then one by one remove your blindfolds. You find yourself standing in a dark cavern, a yawning circular chasm at your feet. One by one, you are all dragged forward, and then the bandits begin to cut the ropes behind your back.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Mulberry, as you feel the ropes cut loose, the bandit behind you kicks out with his boot, sending you plunging into the chasm.
Oh dear.
Make a sand check. Make a sand check, please.
That's just a pass.
Okay, no sun loss for you. Do any of you react when you see Mulberry kicked down into the chasm?
Are we still blindfolded?
No.
No, you're not blindfolded. You've been unblindfolded, and you've just seen them kick your friend into a chasm.
Okay.
However,
when they cut me,
Yeah.
I don't wait for the boot. I just step forward.
Very well.
Wow.
Okay. You feel them cutting your rope, Musseldorf, and as soon as you feel it break free, you just step forward into the crevasse.
Crawling. Better to die than to be killed.
And you fall down. Then, Max Power and Big Dave, your bonds are cut. Do you wait to be pushed, or do you jump?
Big Dave slightly turns around, gives him the finger, and falls backwards.
What do you do, Max Power?
Well, not much I can do, so I guess I'll just leap off the cliff and hope my guardian angel helps me.
Okay, so Musseldorf, Max Power, and Big Dave, sand checks, please.
That's a fail.
That's a fail. Okay, that's 1d3 sun loss for you.
That's a failure from me.
And for you.
Hold on.
Yep.
That's...
Oh, do we all have to do...
1d3 for both.
Do we all
you
have...
all have to do sand checks
Okay,
now.
yep.
Except for...
We're doing
If you fail, it's 1d3. If you pass, it's nothing. You don't have to. You already did your sand check.
Oh,
well, that's a 15.
Yep. Okay, so nothing for you. Yep. So just 1d3 for Musseldorf and Big Dave. Now I would like all of you to make jump checks, please.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Do I even have a jump? Oh, good.
That would be a bit of failure from me.
Jump.
Yeah, spend luck on that.
That's a critical. Clearly, I've had
Yep,
my
you can spend luck.
falling down.
I'll spend luck on that.
Yes,
where's
you're
jump
fine.
located?
It is underneath intimidate.
Well, I'm going... Oh, yeah. 20%. Okay, Jesus Christ, come on. Can I push that?
Yes, you can push it.
Oh, thank fuck. Okay, come on. That is a 6.
All right.
This is my 2.
Right, Wainwright Musseldorf, you take 2 points of damage as you thump down onto a hard surface after a few seconds of falling. You fall approximately 30 feet into a pile of soft sand that breaks your fall. Then you wait a few moments as your eyes adjust to the darkness, and soon you are able to see, by the dim light trickling in from above, a roughly circular cavern about 40 feet in diameter and shaped like an inverted funnel. A stone stairway once circled the walls, allowing people to climb in and out, but this has long since collapsed, leaving huge stone blocks strewn about the chamber. The walls lead inward past vertical, as the chamber narrows upwards, making climbing out without equipment impossible. The only way out is by means of a dark passageway that slopes downward as it exits the chamber.
Yeah, this is a fine mess we seem to have found out.
Well, onward, ever onward. I cough.
You're alive.
Blood up.
Yep, you cough.
Yeah,
You're
living
alive and you have all your stuff. They kept their word.
Big Dave is gonna heal himself.
I require...
All right, Big Dave.
Yep, pass.
All right, Big Dave, you gain 1 HP.
Can someone do some healing on me, please?
I can attempt to, but I don't have
Max,
it.
How bad off are you? Because I'm pretty bad.
I have not a lot of life remaining in my body.
That is a 10, so that's...
I'm under half.
And that... Yep, and that's a hard pass from Liam. So, Musseldorf, you gain 1d3 HP.
Oh, wonderful. It's going to be 1, isn't it?
It's probably going to be 1.
No, it's 2. Happy
2.
Meal.
That's better than nothing.
So what health are you at?
So onwards...
I'm at 5.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's
Ooh.
That's really bad.
You should be okay, though. The danger seems to be over for now, so onwards and downwards. The passageway runs for a... Yep, The strange passageway runs for about 2 miles through total darkness until it eventually opens upon a dimly lit chamber. As you see the light ahead of you in the tunnel, I'd like you to all make listen checks, please.
Do I have listen? I think
Pass.
I do.
Pass.
Oh, I do too.
Pass.
Excellent. Okay, that is a 10. That is an extreme
10.
pass.
2 passes. Yep.
I probably have ringing in my ears, falling. So
You can push this if you don't.
Nope.
That is fairly.
All right. Would you like to push it or spend luck?
As much as that'd be nice, I'm not wasting and burning up like half my luck just to try and make that pass.
I will just accept the failure.
All right. Well, half the party still passed. So, as you continue forward, you begin to hear the sound of strange, monotonous piping, like somebody blowing on a bamboo flute. Odd, discordant music coming from somewhere deeper in the tunnel. Do you continue forward?
I'd like to pull out my necklace.
All right. Pull out your elder sign and you just display it. You continue forward and the tunnel opens into a large circular chamber lit by torches thrust into small holes in the walls. Across the chamber, nearly 100 feet away, a man dressed in the style of ancient Egyptian priesthood kneels in supplication before another man. The standing figure is tall, almost impossibly tall, and of skin so dark as to be almost black, but the flickering torchlight hides his features as well as the features of the 2 men that stand behind him, arms folded across their chests. The discordant piping seems to come from a balcony carved of stone and situated directly above the mysterious group. All of them appear to be unaware of your presence.
How many are there?
3 men, one up in a balcony playing a pipe. 2 downstairs who are bowing in submission to an impossibly tall man.
Yeah, an impossibly tall dark man who is immediately giving me flashbacks to a graveyard in fucking New York.
And what's the name of this black man?
Mr. Neo-Yippitip!
On a gathering storm comes a tall, handsome man.
Red
Yeah,
right hand.
Hidden in his coat is a red right hand.
Do you wish to intrude upon this? Do you wish to intrude upon this scene? Maybe try to sneak through to the exit that you can see on the other side of the chamber, or just watch and see what happens.
Big Dave will watch.
Yeah, well, I have no stealth to speak of, so I'm guessing we're stuck here for the time being.
I would like Max and Big Dave to make Cthulhu Mythos checks, please.
I have stealth. I have 60 stealth. Nice. Okay, Cthulhu
Can I
Mythos.
spend luck on that? Oh wait, no.
That is a 1.
That's a pass.
That is a 1.
That's a pass.
Yeah.
All right, 2 passes. The impossibly tall man, his name eludes you at the moment, but you know that some of the particularly harmful myths in this area feature a figure known as the Black Pharaoh, who some say perhaps may be an elder god. This is a potentially very dangerous situation, and so you just decide to stay and watch.
So what you're saying is, Dale, you're playing your Egyptian god card.
Yeah, my Egyptian god card.
Well, Yugi boy.
The 2 figures converge upon the large black-skinned man and begin to chant, a chant voiced in an odd tongue. I would like Mulberry to please make an Arabics check, and I would like Musseldorf to make a Spanish check.
Yep, that's a pass. I'm probably going to regret this pass, but...
Failure.
Neither of you recognizes the language, though there are elements to it that seem somewhat strange and familiar, almost as if it was a precursor to languages that you know today. witnessing this scene for more than a few minutes. You feel your consciousness is drawn towards the chanting and the discordant music, and you feel as if you're being drawn out of your own bodies. And then, I would like everybody to lose 1d3 San, please.
Oh, good.
That's a 1.
Oh,
Great.
I'm really not doing well on these sand rolls tonight.
That's a 3 for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get you some therapy.
Therapy.
Visions.
Need
Visions
therapy.
immediately begin to play in fast forward in your minds. Visions.
Big Dave doesn't like this spicy deja vu!
Visions to another place, another time. You find yourselves walking through crowded streets between shadows of pyramids, chariots, and ancient horse-drawn vehicles in the streets. The people dressed in attire that is several thousand years old. There's another flash, and you are in some sort of temple, prostrating yourselves before a tall, impossibly black-skinned man wearing a black pharaoh's garb. Beside him stands a man wearing the robes of a priest. One by one, he touches your heads and says, "Spread the word of Nofru-Ka, and one day the prophecy of the Yith shall come to pass." And then suddenly, you flash back to the present, the three figures still chanting. You realize that what you just witnessed was some kind of locked genetic memory, a memory of a prior incarnation of yourself buried deep within your genetic code. At the climax of the scene, the two figures in shadow, though not the tall dark figure, step into the light. Make San checks, please.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Hooray!
That is a pass.
Big Dave passed the sand check.
That's a 6-0.
Okay.
Make mine for me, please.
Yes, I will make one for you. Roll 1d.
Oh.
That is 4 San loss from you. You notice that the two men have the heads of crocodiles.
Oh.
They stand in the dim light, and then they turn and they look in your direction. At this point, the torches suddenly extinguish as
shit.
the vision melts away and the chamber is plunged into the darkness. Do you do anything?
Is there anything we can do at this point?
Well, I've got my Eldritch sign out, so that's a plus.
Yeah, you've got your Elder Sign, so do you usher for everyone to just stand behind you?
Yes, that might be the best course of
I'm
action.
not going to ignore that. I'm still...
I stand behind the man with the funny sign.
With the
Yes.
funny sign.
Seems to know something about this.
I'm a man of
After a
science,
few
not
seconds-
witchcraft.
After a few seconds, your eyes adjust to the darkness, and you are actually able to see quite well, aided by a phosphorescent blue glow emanating from traces of crystal buried in the walls of the cavern. This glow is somehow activated by the light from the immaterial torches, and there appears to be no trace of the ceremony you just witnessed, or any of the men involved. Indeed, the chamber is completely empty, save for the stone balcony jutting out of the wall, and a small tunnel to your right through which sunlight is clearly visible.
I'm sorry. Can we take a moment to at least? I understand we're trying to escape, but can we take a minute to try and understand what on earth we just witnessed here?
Big Dave says that it's better that you don't understand it. It just gets worse.
He's here.
I'm
He's
sorry.
coming.
I'm sorry. Have you
It's coming.
experienced something like
the
this
end.
before?
Completely unrelated to the moose and therefore uninteresting.
The end
Let's
is
go.
coming. It's coming. He's coming. He's summoning the beast. It's coming. What are we gonna do? It's coming. He's almost here.
Big Dave
He's almost here.
smacks us like
He's
on the
he, he, is he, he's,
Hey.
I
he's
would like... I would like Max Power to make a power check, please.
That is a 23, so that's more than enough.
Yep, that's a pass. The voices that were roiling in your brain suddenly subside, leaving cryptic instructions in your mind. You've regained your faculties for now.
I'm sorry. I understand my other scientific learned colleague has no interest in doesn't involve moose species, but I personally was hired on for this for what I assume to be archaeological reasons. I very much like to know what on earth is happening here.
Big Dave says evil gods, monsters, bad shit.
My good sir, Mr. Mulberry, all you need to know is this symbol I got here. Stand behind this.
Yes, we saw humanoid versions of what appeared to be the crocodile, which is, as far as I'm concerned, genetically irrelevant to the moose. So
it's a distant relative.
Would you may now leave the chamber if you wish, or if anyone would like to try to climb up to the balcony and see if there's anything there, you may attempt that.
I do have a 16 climb.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
I have a 15 climb.
All right. Well,
yeah,
go climb. I'd like to just have a.
Oh, that's a hard pass in a climb.
Have a look around of where the crocodile men were.
Yep.
Yeah,
right.
that's a pass.
So Big Dave and Mulberry are going to climb up onto the balcony. It's digging. It's been dug out of a solid stone cliff face, so there are a lot of things to grab a hold of, and you pull yourself up over the stone fencing into the balcony. There is no sign of anyone ever having been here. However, on the other side of the fencing is a small chamber containing only one thing: a black stone statue of a faceless sphinx some 6 feet long. The statue is carved with Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Can I do an archaeology check to see?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, make an archaeology check.
I clearly look at this going, what on... Yep, that's a pass.
There is a name carved into the statue, Nayar Lathotep. There is also what appears to be some sort of occult ritual carved into the statue, written in hieroglyphics. It describes itself as being a magic spell of sorts called Summon Bayaki. Would you like to note this down for further use?
Sure. I mean, I have no idea what the hell I'm thinking with anything involving ancient Egyptian history and what it may have definitely taken.
Yeah, you
feverishly
have not
scribbling
heard
down
of
those
any
things.
of these things. But you scribble down the hieroglyphics in case they come in handy later, and then the both of you decide to descend back down into the chamber. Do you show your findings to anybody?
Oh, yes, I would like to basically go. I understand.
Oh, wait, before you climb down, I'd like Big Dave to make a Cthulhu Mythos check.
Yep. I've just got to do it on my phone, so it might take a little bit.
That's okay.
So what's the name of the spell
That's
thing
okay.
I read?
Summon Bayaki. Yep, fail. Yeah, Big Dave looks at you and he just tells you it's something to do with the bad gods, and then you climb down back into the chamber. I would like Max Power to make a Cthulhu Mythos check, please.
I'm just thinking they're rambling about, like, immaculate pieces.
That's a 2.
Oh, wow.
You look at this. You look at the rough translation that Mulberry has scribbled down, and from what you understand, this appears to be a spell that will allow you to summon a Bayaki, a type of servitor monster. Upon being summoned, it will effectively do whatever it can in service to the one who summoned it, even at the cost of its own life.
Ooh, nice.
Whether that order being to protect the caster or to exact punishment on somebody else.
I'm sorry. You're telling me this translates to a spell, as in magic, to summon creatures from another plane of existence.
You have no idea. We know magic. We know magic. It exists.
Okay, you know what? Once this is over, we are sitting down and talking through thoroughly, because clearly I've been dragged into. I don't even know where to begin trying to figure out where we've been dragged into with visions and dark gods and.
I think when Dr. Musseldorf hears what the spell supposedly does, his mind just immediately goes to, I wonder how closely these interdimensional creatures are related to Moose. How far back does the lineage go?
Wait,
the Moose people want to
Moose?
take the
original?
The original Moose is from another planet?
Hey, yes, the space moose.
The majestic space moose.
With a move.
Can you share with me your findings? I would be very interested.
I mean, this seems more along the lines of a cross between archaeology and magic, and not interdimensional beings. But I'm more than happy to.
There may be zoological implications as well.
Of course, it's. Considering no one is probably going to believe any of these findings, I have no problem sharing this with a further colleague. Very well.
Perfect.
You all grab a hold of yourselves, shake off the strange feelings that have been awoken in you after what just happened, and you begin to travel down the other tunnel. You travel for about 300 yards until you find yourselves coming through a narrow, sand-choked opening on the side of the sand dune. As soon as you exit and feel the late afternoon sun beaming down upon you, a sudden sandstorm begins to roll in, covering up the opening in the dune and ensuring that suddenly you are quite lost.
Oh, shit.
Will I actually know anything about Nyarlathotep with archaeology, or I'm guessing that's...
All you know is that Nyarlathotep is the name given to some obscure god that was occasionally worshipped by fringe groups in ancient Egypt.
Yeah, clearly that's going to be something I'm putting away for further study.
Yeah. Now that you're lost in the desert, and you have to walk your way to Galloway's camp, I would like Musseldorf to do a... Yep.
I would like
yes,
to
ma'am.
Start praying to myself and summon my guardian angel for guidance.
Yep.
Well, not summoning, more talking to him.
Your guardian angel whispers in your ear and says, Good, you are on the right path. Keep going.
But
don't let it fall into the wrong hands.
Which way are we meant to go, Angel?
Have faith in yourselves and trust that you will find the destination, if a few of you perish, as long as you arrive alive.
Yes, my angel.
I would like Musseldorf to make a tracking check, and I would like Mulberry to make a survival check, please.
I'd like to spend 2 luck
points. That is a pass from me.
Definitely not. Mel says Guardian Angel sounds like Emperor Palpatine. I would not trust that.
Yeah, that Guardian Angel sounds like sus as all fuck.
Yeah, there's nothing guardian or angelic about that.
You wander the desert for the remainder of the day. Musseldorf locates what appear to be animal tracks that have long been disturbed by the sand, but you manage to follow them for as long as you can. And
while we're following the tracks, I pull my diary out and go back to one of the appendices I've made at the back, and that have various types and ages of moose tracks, and I compare the two as we go.
All right, you'll drift away from the microphone.
Yep. Yeah,
Oh,
he's comparing the tracks as he goes with moose tracks that he's... Yeah, so you're just following the tracks and scribbling them down in your diary as you go. Meanwhile, as you follow the tracks, Dr. Mulberry is trying his best to make sure you're on the correct route, walking towards where you know the camp is. But you walk on and on for the whole day. And then through the night, I would like you all to please make constitution checks with advantage, because you did bring enough water with you.
Thank God.
And that was a 4.
Passed.
Oh, that's a 10. Thank God it was advantage.
That's a 10.
Critical
Yep.
pass.
Yep. Very well. Everyone passed because you brought enough water with you. The morning
What is up with your audio, man?
He's glitching.
Yep.
It's going so well,
can't
Am I
too.
glitching?
Yeah.
Yeah. I said, okay, because you brought enough water, you passed your con check, and the next morning you continue your fruitless search. I would once again ask Mulberry.
All right,
to
you're going
make a
robotic
survival
again.
check.
You're going the way of
Oh,
M1.
fucking hell, internet. Sorry. Hang on, I'm just going to disconnect and
Yep.
Are we going to die out here?
No, sir. I believe we're
Actually,
not.
voice in my
Yeah.
head, but out loud it's one of the lines of, no worries, just a few more dunes. I'm sure we'll find it eventually. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing anymore.
I would ask Mulberry to please make another survival check, this time with advantage, because Musseldorf passed his tracking check the previous day.
Oh, excellent.
And my dear Mulberry, we are going to survive. The angel said it so.
Oh, did we
Right.
regain health from sleeping?
Yes, you got your 1 point of health.
Cool.
I was going to say, I rolled a 70 and an 18, so I'll take that 18 happily.
Very well, that was good. You continue to walk for hours through the dry desert, occasionally taking a sip of water. Just after midday, you first become aware of something odd. A strange wailing sound that begins to drift towards you from the other side of a large dune.
Guns out.
Something otherworldly. Guns out, everyone? Or
Gun out. Oh, I've got mine out.
Guns out.
you pull out your
Ready for
guns and then,
battle.
Yeah, I still got my
and then battered.
older sign
Yep.
showing.
You pull out your guns and then, battered and exhausted from the desert heat, you begin to climb the sand dune. I would like Mulberry to please make an anthropology check.
Apology. Okay. Have that, but not well. Can I spend 2 more luck points?
Yes, you can.
Then I will spend that and make that a pass then.
As you climb the dune, the odd wailing begins to sound familiar, more recognizable to you, and you begin to realize it is nothing but a Muslim prayer being carried and distorted on the wind.
It seems that we
You're
may find
close to civilization.
Oh, thank the heavens.
Yep.
Seems our trials are possibly over at last.
Looking down into a narrow valley, you see a crowd of 30 to 40 Arabians kneeling in prayer to the east. A short distance away, near a small cluster of tents, a group of 3 men in khaki are conversing with a tall, bearded Arabian man. The immediate area is studded with a half-dozen small exploratory digs, but the men have found nothing useful. Near the men, on the edge of the camp, is a half-track vehicle with Miskatonic University printed on the side. You have found Dr. Galloway's camp.
Oh, huzzah.
Do you immediately descend down into the camp?
No, I thought...
No, first I straighten out my shirt,
Yes.
tuck in my lapels, and straighten up my hat, and then I charge forward.
Yes, no, I suppose I just do likewise. Always good to make a good first impression, even after such an ordeal.
You brush as much of the sand, dirt, and blood off you as you can manage, and then you begin to climb down the dune into the camp below. You walk past the Arabian diggers, still deep in prayer, and approach the 3 men in khaki and the mysterious bearded man. This appears to be Dr. Galloway and his students, judging by their ages and the fact that all 3 of them are white. As you approach, all 4 men look at you, and their mouths open in a mixture of surprise and relief. I would
Dr.
like
Galloway,
you each...
I presume.
Yes. You introduce yourself. Professor Galloway steps forward and he says, Oh, thank God. We had received word that your party had been ambushed by bandits, and we were told that you were all killed.
Well, it seems that rumors of our demise were greatly exaggerated. It has been quite an ordeal.
He says,
lined up.
Well, he says, obviously you have someone looking up for you upstairs if you manage to make it through the desert and find us. He says, oh, but forgive me, I'm sorry. I should formally introduce myself. I'm Professor Galloway from Miskatonic University. These are my 2 students, Jessica and Lewis.
Oswaldo Mulgrew.
He then points to the mysterious bearded man, and he says, this is my guide, Katif.
Oh, fuck nuggets.
Katif looks at you and he smiles. I would like you all to make psychology checks, please.
Oh, bother.
That's fair.
Yeah, I that's a 2.
Oh,
Fail.
I'd like to hide my elder sign, thank you.
Yep, max power. You immediately grab your elder sign and shove it down your shirt, and you look at Katif's face, and even though he's smiling at you, seeming happy that you're alive, you detect a very slight hint of disappointment, anger written in his eyes.
Big Dave picks him up by the throat.
Wait, what? Oh,
wow, Dave is
okay.
done.
Dave's done with everyone's shit.
You walk forwards and you grab Katif by the throat before he has a chance to react. What do you do?
I'm going to obviously have to try and explain the situation before things escalate.
Big Dave roars, you tried to have us killed!
Galloway and his students look on aghast. They open their mouths as if they're trying to say something, but they're speechless. Kamal tries his best to form a smile underneath your hands, and then he says, please, sir, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Big Dave begins to squeeze.
What?
I'd like you to make an intimidate check, please, Big Dave.
Oh, I'm not trying to intimidate, I'm trying to hurt him.
Just say, my
All right,
word.
you squeeze.
You
continue to squeeze, and Katif begins to choke, his eyes beginning to bulge. Eventually, Galloway shouts, please, stop this! And then there is a crack of a rifle. Bang! As a bullet strikes the ground right in front of you, kicking sand up into your face. And then you see, stepping out of one of the tents, a rather old-looking man with a peg leg on his left, holding the biggest rifle you've ever seen, and stroking a grey moustache under his pith helmet. He shouts, put him down or I'll fire!
Big Dave
words
puts,
Matilda written on the side of
puts the
rifle.
man between me and him. And continues to squeeze.
I'll step forward with hands raised. I'm going, now, I assure you we can explain the situation if we all just put the guns down. My large fellow.
I would like,
hey Dale.
I would like everyone except Big...
I've got to message you something.
Sorry, Tom?
I was going to message you something
Yep.
quickly. Some information.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just give me a moment.
I would like everyone except Big Dave to do a spot hidden check as well, please.
Alright, that is a what's my spot hidden at? That's a pass.
Fail.
Oh, yeah, I didn't.
You notice. You notice the word Matilda carved into the barrel of the long gun.
Oh dear God.
Yeah, I know, Tom.
Yes.
He cocks the gun and he says, "Put him down, and then you shall explain yourself, or I will fire, and I shoot to kill."
My large fellow, I believe we should probably heed this warning. At least lower him off onto his feet or back on the ground.
Is he unconscious yet?
His movement has stopped.
Okay.
I let him drop
His
to the
struggling
ground.
has grown weak. You let his limp body fall to the ground.
And then I
He
kick him in the
doesn't appear to
ribs.
be-
Oh Jesus.
Jesus, mate.
You kick him and you hear a loud crack, and he immediately jerks back to consciousness and begins coughing and spluttering. The man with the peg leg and the large rifle steps forwards, and keeping his rifle cocked, he says, "Who the bloody hell are you? Explain yourselves immediately." Professor Galloway steps forward, holds out his hand, and he says, "It's okay, Ernest. They're friends." And then he turns to you and he says, "This is my, it's the sponsor of our expedition, Ernest von Schaff. He was a big game hunter and adventurer in the day, but he's a crack shot with that gun of his. So if you're going to explain yourselves, you'd best do it now."
If you just give me a moment of your time, first of all, my name is Oswaldo Mowbray. I'm a bit of an archaeologist in these parts. You will have to forgive our large friend and his rather aggressive way of getting the message across, but the men who accosted us while we were traveling on our way here and essentially leaving us for dead, as it were, under the orders of the man who now sits writhing in agony at your feet. We feel that there aren't that many. What's his name?
Katif.
Katif.
Yes.
Galloway nods, and then he steps towards the writhing man and leans over, and he says, "Katif, is this true? Are you in league with those blasted desert bandits?" Katif splutters and coughs, and he says, No, Professor. They must be idiots. I'm not the only man in world named Katif."
Oh, holy shit. I just remembered. I put points into Intimidate. So, I'm going to look him dead in the eye and say, "Tell the fucking truth, or I break the other ribs."
What happened to our friendly
Make-
gentle giant?
Make an Intimidate check, please, Big Dave.
Can I have that at an advantage because of what I've already done?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, you
Jesus
can.
Christ, Dave.
Well, that's it's a hard pass. Yeah, hard pass.
Hard pass.
I miss Scaly Pete.
Katif's eyes waver, and then he looks up and he says, Okay, yes, I am Katif. I pay money to the bandits to throw you into that hole. But I didn't mean to. It was not my intention to have you killed.
Are you sure? Because I can assure you that we lost both our guides, and if it wasn't for some quick wit on our own part, we would have certainly lost our own lives out there in the desert. So
Some ingenuity and insight into the species of the desert.
yes, not now.
Katif still doesn't climb to his feet. He says, Okay, yes, I admit it. I tried to have you killed. I didn't want you to come to the camp because you have the map that shows the location of Nofrukar's tomb, and it is dangerous. I didn't want to endanger the professor. The professor frowns.
You have the map to this man's tomb and you never mentioned it?
Oh yeah, I do too.
You're planning on telling
The professor. The professor immediately frowns and he says, "What? When you said over the wire that you had information about the tomb, I didn't realize... What? That can't be right. You have a map showing where the tomb is?"
Yeah, and I just pull out the map and going, it must have slipped my mind.
I dare say I was not nearly as informed on this particular expedition as I was led to believe. I dare say I have many a question for you once it's over.
Galloway takes the map and he briefly looks at it and he says, "Well, this would suggest that we've been digging too far to the south. We wouldn't have found this place in a million years." And Katif laughs while wincing in pain and says, "Yes, that is the idea."
And what exactly...
The professor asks... Yep, go ahead.
I was going to say, for starters, and what exactly is so dangerous about this tomb that you would dare risk in murdering innocent people's lives simply to keep it hidden? Would I actually know anything about this particular...
You know that this tomb is very sought after, and no one's been able to find it, but it's not as if Nofru Ka was a famous pharaoh or anything. It's just he's mainly famous because his tomb was so hard to find. It's not particularly known for any particularly great treasure or anything. Katif says, "Well, it is cursed. It is cursed. I just wanted to protect them from what lies within."
Well, your methods may have been somewhat life-saving sort, but that doesn't explain why you tried to have us all killed off. Well, I mean, it does, but I'm not particularly thrilled about it.
He says, I've told you everything. I just don't want it to be uncovered."
Well,
and this...
What's on the inside?
He says, "Nothing you should ever know about. Nothing but misery and darkness." With this, Ernest
actually,
forward
would this have anything to do with
I would like to see if this works. I would like to speak to him in Yith.
All right, make a Yith check, please.
Yeah, just like not full on have a conversation, like a few phrases.
Yeah, but just say something in Yith.
Yeah.
Make a Yith check, please.
That is a 5.
Oh.
He looks at you, transfixed, as you begin to spasm your body and let out a strange mixture of squeals and clicking sounds, bending your limbs in bizarre distortions. He looks up at you and he says, How the Brotherhood's language?
Sorry, he does know Yith.
I'm terribly sorry. What on earth?
Archie, go away. Shit's getting serious.
He says, I will say nothing else. He says, "Please, leave me alone." Ernest taps him on the head with the butt of his rifle and he says, "I believe he requires some time to reflect on everything that has happened here. Perhaps he'll be more amenable to a conversation later."
I dare say I need to have few conversations in regards to what we've just witnessed.
He
says,
does anyone have a...
He says, "I will..." Yep. Yes, Tom?
I didn't say anything.
That was me.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, sorry, yes. Ernest grabs Katif and pulls him roughly to his feet. And then he looks at you all and he says, "I shall be spending some alone time with this chap in my tent, keeping a good eye on him, as if he were a white rhinoceros." Katif says, No, it's not necessary. I have tent of my own." Galloway frowns and says, "I'm afraid, my good man, given the circumstances, Ernest is perfectly right to want to spend an eye on you." Ernest says, "Yes, indeed. Now walk." And he plunges the butt of his rifle into the back of Katif's head, leading him off into one of the nearby tents.
As they're going, I just call out going, "If he feels more talkative, could you ask him if he knows anything about a Nylephatef?" That's all.
No, it's pronounced Neolepitep.
Look, I know how to spell it. I'm a bloody archaeologist. I'm not in the mood.
Neolepitep.
Ernest just sort of shoots you a look over his shoulder and then pushes the man into the tent and joins him, and the flaps are zipped up.
Sod the tea. I could go for a shot of brandy right about now.
I just straighten up, look at the party. Well, my friends, it looks like a little friend there knows of the Brotherhood.
I'm sorry, I don't know of the Brotherhood. Would you mind filling me in on some details? I feel like I've been very much left out.
Yeah, some bad hoodoo right there.
Galloway interrupts you and he steps forward and shaking his head. He says, well, one amongst our camp is a traitor and you've brought us a map to the tomb. Well, I'm going to spend a few hours looking at this. I set up some tents for you a couple of days ago. If you want to catch your breath, have a nice cup of brandy and a tea, and maybe discuss some things amongst yourselves, feel free. I'll send for you in a few hours when I'm ready to discuss our next plan ahead.
So, importantly, do you have any veterinarians on staff?
Oh, God.
He says, veterinarians, afraid not. Only got a couple of the,
Would you have...
He says, well, I had to...
Fetch some blood samples for me.
Sorry.
Someone that can do that.
He says, well, supply run comes to the camp twice a week. I suppose if there's any mail or anything you wanted to send along with them, just leave them with me, and I'll send them along with the next supply run. Unfortunately, the two guides I had who looked after our camels didn't quite make it after they were ambushed by bandits.
This one's for definitely not Mel.
She wants to call Neoleptip old Greg.
Old Greg.
No, don't.
With this, one of his students escorts you to a tent on the edge of the campsite that's been set aside for you. She opens the flap, and inside is a fully decked out field tent, complete with cots and a couple of wooden trunks for your supplies, and a small camp kitchenette with a teapot and a cabinet containing several bottles of alcohol. She smiles and she says, just come visit us when you're ready, and we'll discuss this tomb. She then says, you rest up for a bit, and leaves you in the tent.
Thank you, my dear.
Big Dave thinks he should probably patch himself up.
Well,
Yes.
you do that. I'd like to have a word with our friend Maximilian.
That is just a pass.
Just a pass. Okay, 1 HP for you.
As a... Now...
Alright, yep.
I was going to say, I'd really, really like to try and get to the bottom of what exactly I've missed out on, if someone wants to give me the brief notes on that. Or at least give the professor the brief notes on that. Just very much a very simple...
Musseldorf heads over to the cabinet and begins boiling some tea for you, and pours a couple of glasses of brandy. You sit down at the folding camp table and begin to have a conversation. Maximilian, what do you tell them about your prior experiences?
Well, you remember when I said that this sign holds power, and I just point to the elder sign.
Yes, you have mentioned that.
And the mentions on the Dark Brotherhood. Now, this is my first rodeo. A couple years ago, I was with a bunch of people like you, and we heard of some sort of ill doing. Because you see, I used to be a librarian, and I found this strange book called something Cthulhu. And I just couldn't put the book down, and it got me this strange speech impediment, and so me and my cohorts were, oh my god, I'm hearing myself echo.
Yeah.
I can't.
I
So
can.
maybe it's coming from me? No, okay.
and
Just keep going.
and long story short, I was the only one left, and from this Dark Brotherhood, we managed to get everyone in time, like dispatch them, but I saw something, and it never left me the same, and now I have to get rid of this Dark Brotherhood because I'm being told they're trying to summon this Dark Lord.
Do either of you have a reaction to that?
Obviously, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. It's obviously a lot has happened over the last few days. Is Big Dave's in the tent with us as well?
Big Dave wanders over and starts regaling the two professors with his exploits against the several kinds of beasties that he's fought,
Are there
including
any
worm men and
moose in
space vampires.
Is there anything that just matches the description of a moose?
Or any
Not
of the
exactly.
moose associates, like the camel or the deer or the reindeer?
I'm sorry, we're talking about...
They do briefly mention at one point that they went to Transylvania and one of their compatriots sacrificed a reindeer. But that's the closest it gets.
I'm at this point, I'm basically looking at him just bewildered going, we're talking about supernatural beings and gods from other dimensions, creatures that the likes of which have literally driven men insane. And how the bloody hell are you comparing them to a stinking moose? Of everything we've just heard, how is that the first thing
this might prove my research to be true. There might be a progenitor moose.
This
and
is
gene
far,
moose.
well and truly beyond what I was hired for on this particular excursion. You hired me for archaeological expertise. Everything we've seen just now flies straight in the face of everything I've been told. I'm almost starting to think that maybe this tomb was hidden for a reason.
Dave looks at the professor, cocks his head to the side, and says, "If we don't stop these things, we're all dead."
Dale, do I still have the books from last time that I pocketed?
Yes, you still got them. You've still got them.
I'd just like to straighten myself up, pull out one of the diaries and going, "Here you are, Mel, buddy. Give this a bit of a read and tell me if I'm lying or not."
I would like both. I would like Mulberry and Musseldorf to make sand checks, please.
Oof, that's just a pass.
That is a failure.
Okay. Musseldorf, you lose 1d6 san. Mulberry, you lose 1d3 san.
Seems fair.
I lose 1 san.
Yay!
And each of you gains 5 points in Cthulhu Mythos.
Oh, well.
Nice.
As the other two...
Seeing as we're drinking both tea and brandy, can we gain some sanity?
Some insanity brandy.
This isn't insanity. With Scaly Pete gone, foodstuffs no longer have the same effect.
Yeah, but we always got sanity off tea.
Yeah, even before Scaly Pete.
Yeah, I know. Yep. Okay, so you can each gain 1 sanity point from drinking the tea and brandy. So yeah, you get your sanity back, Tom.
Yay! Net.
Well, basically.
No loss.
All right.
Well, just say basically flick through
You were
the
told
diary.
to meet. Yep. You were told to meet. Okay, so you discuss over the course of an hour or so, also going through the diaries, that apparently Max Power and Big Dave have been responsible for tracking a mysterious cult calling themselves the Brotherhood. From what they're able to tell you and what you're able to piece together, the Brotherhood's goal is to eventually usher in a calamity known as the Day of the Beast, which will extinguish humanity and allow their masters, who are simply called the Yith, to inherit the Earth. So far, they have tracked them from New York to Boston to Transylvania and now to Egypt, where the tomb of Nofru-Ka was marked as a location of interest by the Brotherhood's leader, Baron Hauptmann.
Well,
Baron von Bad Beaver.
Yeah, just basically straighten myself back up and go. Very well. For starters, I will owe an apology. I hope you can understand that this is quite a bit of information to take in all at once. I hope you understand my outburst after everything that's transpired.
It's no problem. It took me a while to get used to it.
Big Dave.
You spend a couple of hours catching your breath and resting up from your ordeals, and then just as the sun goes down, Professor Galloway's female student pokes her head into the tent, and she says, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, but Professor Galloway would like to see you about that map.
Very well. Suppose we best go and see.
Yeah, I pass him my map.
You get up and head to the middle of the camp. It's around dinner time, and most of the Arabic diggers are cleaning up after themselves, washing dishes and disposing of the leftover bits of food. Galloway is seated at a plastic folding table with the map spread out in front of him. His two students are with him, and so is Ernest von Schaff. His gun trained to the back of Katif's head. You notice that Katif has been placed in, not handcuffs exactly, but his hands have been chained together with some sort of makeshift metal implement.
How exactly is our friend getting here?
Ernest looks up and says, well, he hasn't been very forthcoming, but I'm working on it. We shall see what he's like in the morning.
Big Dave
Yep.
steps forward and says, while glaring daggers at Katif, would you like me to have another try?
Make an intimidate check, please.
Yeah. Oh, I remember the days when Dave used to be such a sweet.
Oh, that's fair.
Katif looks at you, and he says, I'm not saying anything more. Enough. Ernest smiles, and he says, well, tell you what, old Dave, perhaps you might like to have a look inside Katif's tent later. I was going to do it myself, but I figure maybe I'll keep an eye on him, and you and your chaps can do it. Make him
Dave's
sweat a little,
face makes a quick transformation from glaring daggers to smiling and happy. That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Oh, I just came up with an awesome idea, but I don't know how I would pull it off on live stream.
Wait. Galloway places his hands on the map and he traces a route. You notice that he's marked the location of the map and placed a dotted line leading from it to the camp. And he says, okay, so according to this map, the tomb is here, 10 miles to the north. Now, I'm thinking, first thing in the morning, I'll get you folk, since you had this map on you, to head over there, scope the place out a little bit, and in the meantime, I'll break camp here, organize everything, and then I'll join you with the diggers. Maybe by tomorrow night, we'll start making headway on finding this tomb.
Yeah, have you got anything that we can take with us? Because we don't know what we can find.
We did have. He says, well, the half track was what we were using to get to our digs, but it's been on the fritz for the last week. Unless you'd like to take a look at it. Other than that, I'm afraid you'll have to ride camels there, and it may be a full day's journey.
Big Dave can have a look at it.
Yeah, you've got repair, haven't you?
I'm a bit of a steady hand with a wrench. I could have a look there.
He says, all right then, feel free. He says, yep.
I was more inclined to, dynamite.
Oh.
He says, unfortunately, we don't have any on camp. You see, we're trying to preserve the artifacts, not blow them up. He says, but I wanted to call you out here because, if you're heading off to the tomb before me and my students and the diggers, what I wanted to do was tell you to keep an eye out for this. He reaches into his bag and pulls out a field journal of sorts, and he tears off a page and hands it to you. On the page is what appears to be a tracing of some sort of symbol, an upside-down unk. I'd like everyone to make Cthulhu Mythos checks, please.
Oh boy, me and my 5 points are going to try and roll.
Can I spend luck on that?
That is a 5.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is a very much no. I wasn't really paying attention.
I'm just getting into this.
That's
side
okay. You recognize the symbol as being that of the Black Pharaoh. aka Nyarlathotep.
Oh.
Galloway explains this symbol is supposedly the symbol of Nofrul Ka, who's buried within the tomb. Now, assuming this tomb is where it is, if you find this symbol, then we'll have found the way in and we'll know where to dig. So here, he tears the page out and hands it to you. Keep an eye out.
Will do.
I was gonna say I probably should have recognized the symbol from the statue that they had of Nyarlathotep back in that lovely cavern place, but never mind.
He says now, I recommend getting an early night because it's going to be a strenuous day, and if there's anything you'd like to do, now's your chance to do it. He says, I'm going to retire to my tent, have a glass of brandy with my student here. He smiles at the female student. He says, then I'm hitting the sack.
Well, I might have a look-see at that half-track, see if I can't get it going. If any of you would like to check out that scoundrel's tent, feel free.
Yes, I think I will.
All right. So what's
your mechanical at?
Mine's at 50.
I will set up a tent.
I didn't hear you.
Right in my diary.
So
very well.
My mechanical repair's at 50.
50. Mine's 45. So yeah, you'd be better off doing it.
All right. All right, Musseldorf, you head off and pitch your tent. Now that everyone else is staying in Galloway's field tent, you have it all to yourself. So you immediately pitch it, enjoy a quick meal of biscuits and dried rations, and then begin writing your diary. You write thus.
Wait, no, I've got something to post.
All right, what did you write? What did you write?
Day of the Beast. Equal Pangean Moose. What's your outer world route to Canadian Moose? Questions for later, no doubt. Colleagues continue to blather on about unrelated and inconsequential matters regarding some tomb or another. Nefertiti was mentioned or something, I don't know. Nefertiti, who cares?
Whoa, hello.
I wonder if he'd be more interested.
Hold on one sec.
If it was a moose-headed god.
Guys, one sec. Albert, thank you so very much for the 100-bit cheers. Thank you, buddy.
Okay, if Musseldorf is still alive in episode 8, I'm going to make the beast have a moose head.
Oh dear God!
Yes! He has come from the room with the moose!
Has made moose loose about the hoose.
It's the spruce.
Meanwhile, Mulberry heads over and has a look at the half-track. It's a rather expensive vehicle. It could seat up to 6 people and some equipment and should make short work of the desert and get you to the tomb within a couple of hours. Miskatonic University obviously paid out a big amount of money for this. As far as you know, things like this are usually only available to the military or the government. You pop the hood and take a look at the engine. It appears to have suffered some damage from overheating and a couple of knocks from the sand dunes. I would like you to make a mechanical repair check, please.
Alrighty, let's see what we've got here. Ooh, that's a pass.
Takes you about 2 hours, but you eventually manage to disconnect all of the parts that have been damaged by overheating, replace them with spares, and jury-rig a part of the engine together. You then climb into the half-track and turn the key in the ignition, and the engine roars to life. You are satisfied it is working again.
Excellent.
Meanwhile, Big Dave and Max make their way over to Katif's tent on the very edge of the campsite. The tent is unremarkable, nothing to distinguish it from any of the others, aside from the name Katif written in Arabic on a piece of paper affixed to the outside flap.
Yeah, of course.
You enter the tent. Yep. I would like you both to make spot hidden checks, please.
That is a 3.
That is a pass.
Very well. You find in Katif's tent 2 things of note. You find under his bed a small wooden lockbox, which is miraculously unlocked. Inside is a scroll of old papyrus paper and nothing else. And in the small bedside table next to his cot, you find an envelope containing a letter written in Arabic. It bears the postmark of Klausenberg, Romania.
Oh. Alright, pocket that to
So
show
I assume first
the
you want to
professor.
examine... Yep. I assume first thing you want to do is examine the scroll?
Oh yeah, of course.
Of course.
You examine the scroll and you unfurl it. It appears to have some archaic variant of German written on it. I would like you to make a German check, please.
Do I know German?
Yeah, you do.
Oh yeah, I do too. Yeah, that's right. My bad. Sorry. That's yes, that's a pass.
The scroll details in vague terms the existence of a guardian of sorts in the tomb of Nofru Ka. It simply states, you must present the elder sign, or the guardians shall attack, and they take no mercy. Underneath this is an inscription of what you identify as an elder sign and instructions on how to create one, which are of no use to you because you already know how. But following these simple instructions, someone would be able to learn how to make an elder sign of their own.
Oh, that's good to know. I relay the information back to Big Dave.
Yep, and it now makes sense to you why Katif was said to be looking for, why he would have had an interest in your elder sign.
Excellent. Excellent.
The only other thing of note in the room is the envelope containing a letter written in Arabic, and also Big Dave, underneath the folding kitchen table, you see a metal footlocker. You go to open it, but it appears to be locked.
Big Dave doesn't care. He tries to open it anyway.
Yep. All right. Make a strength check, please, Big Dave.
Big
Big Dave extreme passes and rips open the footlocker.
Oh, God.
Shredding metal.
Open the footlocker. You rip open the footlocker, and inside appears to be an Egyptian artifact, is how the professor would put it. Some kind of curved blade. It looks to be in immaculate condition, well taken care of, and you could probably use it as a weapon.
Excellent. I will name you Freddy.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Freddy.
What did he pick up, sorry?
A curved ancient blade of some description.
Oh.
Its name is Freddy.
Would you like to now... Yes, would you now like to return to Dr. Mulberry and confer with your findings?
Sure. What's the damage on Freddy?
Freddy's damage is... Let me see. Let's see. 1d6 plus 1 plus damage bonus.
Harold's still better, but
So I don't...
Freddy will
Only slightly. Yep. It is also a fast weapon, meaning that once per session, you may use Freddy to strike first.
Oh, quick attack.
Yes. Okay, you confer with Dr. Mulberry. First of all, Dr. Mulberry, I'd like you to make an archaeology check.
Oh yeah, I'd take one look at that dagger, my eyes would light up like goddamn Christmas.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a pass. Pretty much just get like a small...
As soon as you see it, your eyes Yeah, as soon as you see it, your eyes light up. It appears to be a genuine ancient Egyptian kopesh.
Where on earth?
An ancient
Seriously, just
curved
have this
sword.
sitting in a footlocker.
His name's now Freddy.
Yeah, call it whatever you wish, sir. This is incredible. It's completely intact. How on earth was this just sitting in a footlocker?
Don't know.
I would now, there's Musseldorf's diary in the chat there. So if you want to read that.
My God.
I would like Mulberry to make an Arabic check, please, to read the letter.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to push that. Clearly, I'm just more excited looking at the knife. Oh, that's better. That's a pass.
They hand you the letter written in Arabic, postmarked from Klausenberg, Klausenberg, Romania, and you unfurl it and you provide a translation as you read it out. It reads, Katif, a matter of urgency. Several foreigners recently appeared in Dravozna, possibly bearing information regarding our plans. They now suspect my involvement. I have reason to believe that they have come across information that will lead them to the site of the tomb. They should be dealt with severely if they try to intervene. I will leave the handling of the matter up to you, but at all costs you must steal or destroy the scrolls found in the tomb, should they be discovered. Hail Yog Sothoth, Baron Hauptmann.
It seems that your Baron friend had quite an interest in you two in particular not making it to this particular site.
Yeah, he gotta die.
You would go and you think that now would possibly be a good time to question Katif, but Ernest's tent is zipped shut, and he doesn't seem like the type of man who would take kindly to intrusions.
Big Dave could try to
Would you like to
persuade
just...
him.
You could. Would you like to try, or would you like to retire to bed?
Big Dave will politely ask if we can speak to him again.
I'd like you to make a hard charm check, please.
Oof. That's fail.
You can push it if you like.
Not if it's hard. I'll just leave it till the morning.
All right. You retire to bed. Each of you gains 1 HP if you're wounded.
Oh.
And then you awaken at the crack of dawn. You are greeted by Professor Galloway and his students. Professor Galloway hands you the map, and he says, well, we know where we're going, so make your way there, try look for that symbol, and we'll join you as soon as we've broken camp here.
Big Dave would like to quickly patch himself up before going to question Katif.
Yeah, and
you may do a first aid check.
And you'll get a night's sleep, so that's another
that's
HP,
a hard pass.
Hard pass, you gain 1d3 HP.
Oh, come on.
1.
Boo.
Boo, Wendy Testburger. Boo.
Then, before you have a chance to do anything, just as you've finished patching up and gathering your gear into the back of the half-track, you hear moaning and you see emerging from Ernest's tent, Ernest, with a rather large lump on his head.
Oh, God damn it.
He buggered off, didn't he?
He looks at you and he says, I'm a bit embarrassed to say that Katif attacked me in the night, and with my present state, he motions towards the peg leg. Unfortunately, it was a small matter to overpower me. He said it was imperative that he finds the tomb before anyone else.
Yeah, this could rather
Big
complicate.
Dave is going to cut this fucker to pieces.
Yeah.
My God, Dave.
I was going to say,
He looks at you and...
Max, just a quick Max going, by all rights and purposes, you told me he was more of a gentle sort of giant. This seems to be quite the contrary.
He's gone a bit loopy since all his friends died.
Big Dave turns to the professor and says, I'm good to the people that I get along with.
I shall make sure to stay on your good side then, my dear chum.
As you all climb into the half-track and prepare for the journey across the desert, Ernest approaches you brandishing his elephant gun, and he scratches the back of his head and he says, well, look, I don't quite know how to say this, so I'm going to get to the point. He says, I think I have an idea what you're heading into, and I may have had some encounters of my own in the past, some of them that I was lucky to escape from with my life intact, if not all of my limbs. He points once again to the peg leg. He says, and so I think, given the situation that you're about to head into, I think it fitting that I send Matilda along with you. He looks at each of you in turn, and then his eyes fix upon Musseldorf. And he says, you there, you look like you've had some experience with big game in the past.
You could say big game is my life.
He says, well, I think Matilda will find you to be an adequate replacement for myself. He says, I took one look at you. I saw the khaki you're wearing. I saw you scribbling things away in your field journal alone in the tent, and it brought back memories. And, well, yes, we've just met, but what can I say? It sort of feels as if we're kindred, you see, as if we might be the same soul in two different bodies.
I feel oddly drawn to the weapon as I take it to my hand. Do I need to make a sand check?
As he hands... yes, you must please make a sand check now.
Wait, what?
Good lord.
Why?
Just Musseldorf.
Yeah, but why does he need to do it?
Because we had a discussion that Matilda became a Mythos artifact.
Oh.
Basically, whoever takes possession of it must make a sand check, and if they... That is a pass. You do not lose any sanity, but you feel as if you should never let this gun stray from your... You must always have this gun with you and must never lose it. You can never be parted from this weapon. And you think that this is what Ernest is feeling, as he's handing the gun to you at first, but then he grips hold of it and you kind of have to coax it out of his hands. He looks stunned for a moment and then gathers himself and then wipes a lone tear away from under his eye. And he says, please, take good care of her.
Of course. I will see that she passes to the next soul. Well...
So you now have Matilda the elephant gun. And if you are ever parted, you will immediately make a sand check at disadvantage.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say. Bloody hell. Meanwhile, the old Ernest is just sitting there. About a few hours from now, he'll be rocking back and forth, muttering something about his precious. I'm sure it'll end up fine.
And then, you bid farewell to everyone in the camp, turn the key to the ignition, and begin driving across the desert dunes towards the tomb and into the climax, into the last half hour of this scenario.
Are you ready, kids?
Are you ready, kids? The journey is quick. The journey is quick with the half-track. Something that would have taken you nearly a full day on camel takes only 2 hours in this vehicle, and you are not in danger of being intercepted along the way.
Oh, thank God.
Soon enough, you arrive at the site. The site is located about 10 miles north of the camp. The ground is fairly uneven. Once camped in the area, which you now are, you've arrived, you have to search the area for evidence of the location of the tomb. I would like you all to make hard spot hidden checks, please.
I think I can pull that off.
That's pass.
Wait, what, hold on. This might
Yep.
be a hard.
That may be a
Yes!
Two
pass.
passes.
Nope.
That's a hard.
Yes.
A very critical pass.
Daddy got his hard.
I don't see shit.
Yep.
You gotta roll
That's
again.
okay. We got two hard. We got 3 hard passes out of the group, so that's fine. That's a pass overall. You fan out and begin searching the sands around you, searching the immediate area for anything of note. The sun rises and hangs high in the air as the afternoon rolls forth, and then begins to go down ever so slightly. Just after 3:30 p.m., you locate amongst a couple of sand dunes what appears to be a small limestone brick, just barely visible under the sand. Once you brush away the sand and reveal the brick, you see it. Nofrukar's symbol, the upside-down Ankh. You have discovered the location of the tomb.
Well,
Would you like to begin? Would you like to begin digging, or would you like to wait for everyone else to arrive? They'll arrive early in the morning.
If no one else is here, it's would it be best if we
maybe
wait
we
for-
should sleep so we can the ones of us that still are missing health can recover just that one more bit of health.
I was gonna say the only possible downside to that would be is obviously what's his face could possibly be inside and doing God only wants to know what by this point.
But that's the thing. If there's another entrance, wouldn't it have shown up on the map?
That is also true.
Yes. And this doesn't appear to have been disturbed, but you can
Fair
never
enough.
tell for sure. And might I point out that Dr. Mulberry, being an Egyptologist at a university, is extremely giddy and will probably want to start digging immediately.
That is also true. I was trying to be subtle about this, but if we're going to be looking beneath the underneath, seriously, my God, this could be the possibly biggest find in recent history. I
put my hand on his shoulder, and I'm like, "Don't worry, I understand the research boner well."
Yes, the return of the research boner.
No reason
But
boner.
you did bring digging. You did bring digging equipment with you, so
How far off?
I
full
would
health are
like.
you?
Yeah, how's everyone's health looking?
I'm full.
I mean, not looking
Got
great.
2/3.
Doesn't start off great either, so you know.
We shall see.
And Big
All
Dave,
right,
don't
then.
forget you have a
I'm a
point of
researcher,
flesh
not a
ward as well.
fighter.
Yes. All right. I would like everyone except Mulberry to do a hard strength check, please.
Who?
What's
That's pass.
yeah, crap.
Pass.
That is a fail by me.
Wait, why am I not
And
doing
that's a
it?
pass.
Oddly enough, that's a pass.
Because you,
A hard pass on the hard pass.
Mulberry, yes, you, Mulberry, are now doing a hard archaeology check with advantage
Oh,
Oh.
lovely. Well, huzzah, huzzah.
because
Good
you are being
play.
assisted. You have a crew of diggers with you.
I am spurred forth by
Sully
the
forth.
the common recognition of the research boner. I respect it. I will work my hardest
Yep, they'll
to
just
relieve
right
the
by.
research boner in this man's heart.
Yep.
It's just gonna
All right.
straight
I
by.
just realized the last two rolls that I've done, I've mixed up disadvantage and hard.
Oh,
Whoops. Yep. I know. I thought I thought that's what you were doing. Okay. So that's a pass for Mulberry, and so you hand out
Imagine
tools
that-
to everyone.
I just
Yep.
imagine like the three of you guys digging a heart away, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, "No, a little more to the left. No, come on, put your backs into it."
how many times do we have to teach
immediately
this lesson,
hand
old
out-
man?
You immediately hand out digging tools to the group, and digging commences in earnest. Within 6 or 7 hours, just as the first wisps of dusk begin to descend, you have cleared enough of the sand to reveal an entrance to the tomb. Stone steps leading down have been cleared, and you can see large stone doors at the bottom, ready to be pulled open. The soil blocking the entrance is weirdly loose. I would like, at this point, Musseldorf to do a geology check, please.
I didn't realize geology
Is
was a
someone
thing.
drinking alcohol without me?
That is a pass.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah,
drinking
Tom.
the whole night.
It's a pass.
I
All right.
was drinking.
As the entrance to the tomb is uncovered, Musseldorf, you notice something a bit odd about the dirt. Normally, you're not really into archaeology, but everything you know indicates that simply uncovering the entrance to the tomb would not be that easy. There's usually several days of carefully etching dirt and rock out of the bricks in order to be able to gain access to it, and all of this dirt was very oddly loose, perhaps indicating that
I'm
perhaps
thinking suspicion someone's beaten us here.
Yes, perhaps indicating that someone has been here at some point in the past and perhaps tried to recover the entrance by basically triggering a landslide with the sand.
I'll be back in a few seconds.
Yep. Then, as if that wasn't enough, you notice as you make your way down the stairs that the clay seal on the door has been broken. A sure sign of tomb robbers.
Oh, I was going to say, will I notice this as well, or?
Yes, you do. You'll notice it. You descend down and you just follow Musseldorf as he's showing the places where the dirt is loose and it shouldn't be, and then you both notice at the same time that the clay seal on the door is broken. You know this to be a sure sign of tomb robbers. However, there is no way to tell when it was broken, and the way that the sand had settled, it surely can't have been a recent occurrence.
Well, as much as I'd like to say we were the one who discovered it first, it would seem that someone's beaten us to the punch, though it's not sure how long ago.
Let's see if there's any plunder left for us.
I was going to say, do we wait for the others to show up, or are we going in ourselves here and hoping for the best?
I tap 2 fingers on my new rifle and I go, well, with my new friend backing our way, I feel like
Cool.
perhaps
Yep, alright.
now is the chance to seize the day.
Very well then.
As you place your hand upon this, as you place your hands upon the stone door and begin to push, I would like you all to make listen checks, please.
Oh no.
Listen check, was it?
Yep, listen check,
yes.
please.
Alright, sorry I'm
yes,
back. What did I miss?
They have uncovered the tomb and discovered that it has been entered at some point in the past.
That is a pass.
That's a pass for me.
Yep, and Liam, you're making a listen check.
Okay, just null.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Well, that's a 3.
Shit's about to hit the fan.
Okay.
I can listen super hard.
Yes, you all listen, and as you place your hands upon the stone doors, you hear something coming from above. A flap, 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 like a great beating of bird wings.
Guys, stay behind me, and I pull up my elder sign.
I've still got my gun out regardless.
Do you look up in the air? Do you look up in the air and see what's there?
I'll look up and see. Like, I'll unsling the rifle and look down the scope and see what I see.
I just hold the elder sign above my head. Actually,
Yep,
no.
anyone else looking up into
I
the sky
don't hold it above my head because then it could either get snatched. I just still around my neck, but I
hold it forward.
Yep.
Hold it
I
up
prepare
the
Betty to
staircase.
throw.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. As you look up into the sky towards the source of the sound, which was gracious enough to provide early warning, you see 3 large, bat-like monstrosities swooping down towards your makeshift dig site. This is what you see.
I would like to open fire.
I would like.
Oh damn!
I would like everyone to make. I'd like everyone to make STEM checks first.
With good reason.
That's a pass. Is that the Bayek?
That is a failure.
That's a failure. Okay, we'll see what everyone else does.
That's a failure.
I passed.
Okay.
That's a
I
pass.
spell
Okay.
to summon one of those things.
Yes, you do. Big
Sweet,
Dave
jeez.
and Big Dave and Max, you lose 1d3 San. Mooseldorf and Mulberry, you lose 1d6 San.
Oh
Okay.
no. Oh no.
Oh no!
That's a 6.
Oh
shit.
no!
I hope you don't need me in this
Mate.
particular archaeological dig, because I'm about to go fucking insane.
Yep, make an
That's a
intelligence
6, mate.
check, please.
Come on, fail,
Yep,
fail,
make it.
fail.
Oh,
Make an
fuck,
intelligence check, please, Mulberry.
Oh,
Is it a-
that's not fair.
That's a critical
70.
success from me.
Oh,
for
no.
for my intelligence check.
Oh, bugger, I passed.
Okay, so you're both going insane.
Oh,
Nice.
fuck off!
Okay,
Well, shit.
so first of all, what is your dex values? Both of
80.
you.
60.
60. Okay, so Mulberry gets to go crazy first.
Jolly.
Mulberry immediately notices the creatures swooping down onto the site, and he grabs his rifle, grits his teeth, and then runs up the stairs onto the sand dunes and fires a shot blindly into the sky. Roll a firearms check, please, Mulberry.
Really relevant. Oh, this is... Oh, crumbs. That's a fucking fail.
Bang! Of course, they're flying around in the air. You had nearly no hope of hitting them at this point. At this, one of actually first we shall do you shall do Mooseldorf. Mooseldorf likewise grips his rifle tightly, and he says, "I must capture one for science."
For the moose
wicked
poo!
moose must be mine.
And then he runs up the stairs, plants himself next to Mulberry, and opens fire with the elephant gun. Make a firearms check, please, with
I was gonna say-
disadvantage.
I was gonna say, if he goes insane, can we have it that everything he sees is just moose?
Damn it. 70.
Oh dear. Well,
You fire, fail to hit any of the flying mooses. They swoop down. 2 of them immediately swoop down towards you, while the third one continues circling up above. Okay, I would like Mulberry to either make a fighting brawl check or a dodge check, please.
well, I'm gonna make a dodge check because I do not have fighting brawl whatsoever. Oh shit, that's what's the thing? What's a hard pass?
Hard pass, okay. The creature swoops
Well, I'm
down
fucked.
and grabs you in its claws and begins to tear into your flesh.
Well,
You take 1 point of damage and fall to the ground, unable to keep your footing. I would now like Mooseldorf to make either a fighting brawl check or a dodge check.
God. Foul.
oh dear.
Oh,
Fail,
jeez.
okay.
Moose man.
That's
coming.
okay, because as you square yourself for the thing bearing down towards you, you step out of the way and it swoops past, giving you a chance to make a luck check, please.
Fail.
Fail. Okay, make a firearms check with disadvantage, please.
Oh dear.
Pass.
Pass. As you step out of the way and the creature swerves around you have a perfect opportunity to fire, so you take the shot. Bang! Okay, you may roll for damage, please.
Let's get. I'm just looking up the elephant gun damage again.
Elephant gun is 3d6 plus 4.
Ooh, damn.
Oh my god.
There's 15 points of damage.
Ooh.
Oof.
You fire your gun and you watch as the bullet pounds into that creature's face. It lets out an ear-splitting shriek. And then swoops down, coming to a thudding stop in the sand, kicking up a cloud of dirt. It twitches once and then ceases to move. Okay, Big Dave, what do you do?
It's time for Betty to bring the hurt. I throw Betty.
All right, make a throw check, please.
That's a pass.
Okay, roll for damage, please.
Five.
All right, you climb up the stairs and you grasp Betty and you wait. You wait for one of the creatures to descend a little and then you throw. Your hatchet strikes it in the wing. It makes a loud shriek and then swerves in the air before flapping its wings and rising once again. Okay, Max Power, your turn.
Alright, so give me a quick recap of what's going on, because as I said, I left...
Yep. So you're standing currently at the bottom of a stairwell leading to the tomb entrance. On the dunes above are your 3 friends, and you are currently under attack by 3 Bayaki. Museldorf has killed one of them, leaving 2 left, and 1 has been wounded by Big Dave.
Dr. Wainwright Museldorf. Warrior scientist.
Yes.
Alright,
Probably finish off the one that I've wounded.
Yep.
Yeah, alright. Yeah, I was going to test this out of sign, but that would probably be a better thing.
Yep.
Alright, so let's go. I'm just going to use my my revolver. That is a 3.
But you roll with disadvantage, please, because they're flying around in the air.
Oh yeah, shit. That is a... That's still a pass. Thank God for high firearm. That is a 50.
Bang! Brandishing your elder sign in one hand and your revolver in the other, you ascend the stairs about halfway. Take aim and shoot at one of the flying monstrosities. Roll your damage, please.
Crap, what was it? Oh, yeah, just 1d10. What's my 10? That's an 8.
8. Bang! The creature shrieks as your bullet strikes what you assume to be its chest. It's already wounded from Big Dave. It struggles to stay in the air and then just drops like a stone onto the sand dunes, dying. The third one bears down upon you almost immediately. Make a luck check, please.
Me, okay. That is a pass.
That is a pass. Okay. He swoops down towards you and you hold out your elder sign. The creature immediately recoils and swerves to the right, barreling towards Dr. Mulberry.
Oh
instead.
no!
Dr. Mulberry, make a dodge check, please.
Yeah. Wait, what do I care right now? I'm completely being loopy. Oh, shitballs, that's a 98.
98, okay. Roll 1d100.
I'm just gonna assume he's going to win.
The creature barrels down towards you and then it reaches out its claws, digging them into your shoulder and lifts you up into the air.
Rule Britannia, marmalade and jam.
As it flies, it dicks its neck down and plunges its teeth into the side of your neck.
Well.
Shit.
You take 5 points of damage.
No,
Make
I take 6. I don't have any jacket or anything on me.
Okay. You take 6. Make a Constitution check, please.
Where's my con? Well, that's a Constitution. It's a hard pass.
Nice.
All right, you manage to stay conscious and you wrench the teeth and talons out of your body, dropping down onto the sand with a thud. You're just barely able to stay on your feet. Make a luck check, please, as the creature bears down towards you once again.
Oh, that's an 11.
Nice.
Pass. You hear... You close your eyes and wait for the inevitable as the creature flaps its wings and tears down towards you. And then you hear... Ah! The hunt is joined! And you hear a gunshot. Bang!
Oh my god! Okay, 1 second, sorry.
Save my boy Pete. Hashtag Pete Lives Matter.
Okay, Prog, thank you for the $5 donation with the message, save my boy Pete, hashtag Pete Lives Matter.
Well, we wish we could save Pete.
We wish we could. You wait for the talons to clasp onto you and end your life, but then there's a gunshot and you open your eyes just in time to see blood spurt from the side of the creature. Standing on a sand dune just up ahead is Ernest von Schaff, holding a 31 rifle liberated from the campsite. Beside him stands Professor Galloway, holding a similar rifle, and behind them, their eyes and faces transfixed in terror, the students and diggers. They have arrived just in time. The creature shrieks, and it begins flying towards the group. Galloway fires his rifle. The creature dodges and misses. It barrels towards Ernest von Schaff. And I shall now do a luck check for him. He throws himself to the side, but because of his peg leg, he's unable to climb to his feet. The creature snatches him in its talons and shrieks. It begins to flap its wings, carrying Ernest von Schaff into the air.
Can I attempt to save him with Matilda?
Yes, make a firearms check with disadvantage, please.
Because you're insane.
Yeah, but this is the gun's previous owner, so I will allow this.
Yeah, that's
Yep, you miss, unfortunately. Bang! The air is punctuated by the booming shot of the elephant gun, and then you watch as the Bayaki plunges its teeth into Ernest's neck. He shrieks, his scream drowning out everything else, and then in a shower of blood, his body falls limp. The Bayaki ascends into the clouds and darkness of the night, carrying his body with it, and then it is gone.
Oh.
Galloway steps forward. He ushers his students to join him, and they all slowly walk towards you. He looks in the direction where the Bayaki went, and he says, What the hell was that?
What the hell is going on?
I believe Tom is doing a eulogy to...
Eulogy.
Oh, Tom.
As opposed to me, who's just lying, basically twitching, crumpled in a heap and bleeding to death, but I'm...
M2, do you want to quickly put your shirt picture up, Prog?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Alright, here you go, Prog. We made shirts.
As being displayed by a lovely unpaid model right here.
AKA you.
Yes.
Yeah, aka me.
As Galloway and his entourage descend into the moonlit dig site, I would like Musseldorf and Mulberry to make power checks, please.
Oh. What the hell even... Oh, wow, that's a 3. Shit.
3. Right, you feel, with the danger gone, you feel your senses returning to you. Musseldorf, is that a pass for Musseldorf or a fail? I believe that is actually... that is... you can spend luck or... You can spend luck or push it if you'd like.
No, I'll spend 9 points of luck.
Yep. You feel the urge to kill, the urge to capture one of these creatures for science, receding, being replaced with an overwhelming sense of sadness. You didn't know this man, but for some reason, his death at the hands of these creatures reduces you to a wretch. You fall to your knees and begin to weep.
As opposed to me, he's lightly going, hooray! Hooray!
Galloway surveys what is left of the party, and he says, I repeat, what was that? I lost my sponsor, and now... He looks down at the staircase, and he says, but you found the tomb. Yes. My God. My God. He says, he was right. He was right. Katif was right, wasn't he?
Oh, I don't bloody know. Could somebody, for the love of God, help me?
I would, but I've used up my first aid.
I can attempt a first aid for you, but it's because I don't.
Might as well, because I've got like 2.
Actually, before you do that, Liam.
Okay.
I can give you the medical surplus kit from last session.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Finally doing that whole
70 to the skill.
It adds 70 on the skill, so
it adds 50. Adds 50, so bring it up to 80.
Oh. No, I don't have any in the skill, so I'll just have 50 points for this.
Yes, but it's a base of 30.
Oh, okay,
Base of 30, so this will bring it up to 80. Yep.
Okay, that is a... No, not 40, that's 30. Sorry, so it's a bit difficult 30? To read these dice at sometimes.
That'd be a hard...
Yeah, that's a bit of hard...
That's a bit of hard.
Pass. Okay, so, Mulberry, your... major wound has been stabilized, and you gain 1d3 HP.
Oh, bizarre. Hooray, I got my feeling back.
Yay!
Hey.
And Dale, you might need to reset your voice again.
Okay, just...
To a grand whopping 5 HP.
Why isn't anyone talking?
Oh, I don't know. I think he's come by away.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
No, we
I
can.
can hear you now.
Yeah, okay, everyone, I'd like you to do psychoanalysis checks, regardless of whether you have the skill or not.
I have to get a 1.
That
is not a 1.
That's a 31.
Nope.
Okay, but Big Dave got the closest. Would you like to spend 13 luck?
Oh, God damn it. Fine, I'll spend the 13 luck.
Oh, no.
You step forward and you place your hand on Galloway's shoulder, and somehow, miraculously, you manage to talk him out of the insane frenzy that he is quickly falling into as he realizes that Katif was right, that there is something evil in the tomb, and that his sponsor has just died for it. He merely sighs and he says, okay, we'll set up the camp, but first thing in the morning, you're going in. I'm done with this. I'm not setting foot in that place, and I'm not letting any of my students either. They break camp for the night, and you catch a restless sleep. Anyone who's hurt recovers 1 HP.
Hooray, we're up to 6. As good as it's going to get.
Here we go. And then you are roused the next morning by a feeling of dread settling over you. You step out of your tents and see the first rays of morning sun. Galloway and his students are already waiting at the entrance to the tomb, just staring down the stairway with blank looks on their faces.
Just quickly, what's everyone's health at?
6.
Full.
Okay, who was the 6?
I'm at 8, but I believe our intrepid archaeologist is the most hurt at the moment.
Alright, I better use some first aid on him.
Yes, I did not particularly enjoy my close brush with...
that's a fail.
Outstanding.
Unfortunately.
Can I push it?
What happened.
Wait, it's a new
Can I
day.
push it?
Yes, you can push it.
You said it was a new day.
That's
didn't you?
pass.
Okay, that's 1 HP for Mulberry here.
And you said it was a new day?
Yeah, it's a new day.
Alright, can I attempt to heal
Anyone
him?
who has first aid... Yep, anyone who has first aid may use it. It's a new day.
That's a fail.
That's a fail. You can push if you like, but failing it might cause harm to the person you're trying to treat.
Do you want me to push it, M2?
No, I'd rather not.
Okay.
Alright, I know Musseldorf has some first aid.
Yes,
Would
I
you
do.
like to administer it to somebody now, or would you like to save it for an emergency?
I will save it for an emergency.
Yeah.
Very well. You walk past Galloway and his students. They look up at you with blank eyes, but say nothing as you begin to descend the staircase to the stone doors below. Once the door is opened and the stagnant air allowed to clear a little, you step onto a small landing above another short flight of stone steps leading down. These stairs are heavily carpeted with dust, and there is evidence of recent footprints on the treads. I would like Musseldorf to make a tracking check, please.
That is a failure.
As a failure. You notice that there are 3 sets of tracks leading down the stairs deeper into the tomb, but only 2 coming back out. However, the tracks are so old, you can't... The tracks are so old that you can't... the tracks have been here for such a long time and are covered in so much sand and have deteriorated away so much that you're unable to discern anything about them, such as how old they are or even whether they are entirely human. Though they do seem to be roughly shoe-shaped. At the bottom of the stairs, a short hallway runs approximately 40 feet before ending in a set of stone doors. About halfway down this hall are a pair of deep alcoves, each of them containing a plain stone sarcophagus standing upright. These stone sarcophagi appear to be undisturbed as they are covered with a thick layer of dust and sealed with a green, wax-like substance. Just ahead of them is another set of stone doors. Again, the clay seal has been broken. Is there anything you wish...
Sarcophagi?
Yes, you may attempt an archaeology check.
Obviously, I'm going to be giddy, but I'm obviously not going to open it, but I'd like to at least look at them.
Big Dave appreciates that.
Yes, look, I understand my need for knowledge, but yeah, you don't disturb the dead. That's a hard pass.
I wish that...
It's a hard pass.
Big Dave
Okay.
wishes that the previous professor had your inside.
Ouch.
Okay. You examine both of the sarcophagi. They are carved out of plain stone, which is unusual. Even the type of stone, a grey sort of granite, is not usual for ancient Egyptian burials. Indeed, the sarcophagi are even the wrong size. They are slightly bigger and taller than usual. There doesn't even seem to be any visible way to open them. Indeed, the only thing of note is a set of hieroglyphics carved on the side of each sarcophagus, which simply translates to guardian.
These could be the guardians that was described in the letter.
That could be the case.
Perhaps there's some way we could perhaps ensure these sarcophagi do not open.
Perhaps. You'd have to make do with what you could find here, though. They're made out of heavy granite, and it would take significant effort to block them, but it could at least maybe buy you some time if anything emerges from them.
Well,
I'm
go on.
thinking a long piece of stone wedged against the ceiling and the lid of the sarcophagus. If anybody
You'd have to go and retrieve a piece of stone from outside and would have to expend the considerable effort required to bring it down into the tomb. But if you could do this, then yes, that might work. What would you like to do? By the way, Mulberry, you determine that the structure of the tomb is similar to those you've been in before, which would suggest that on the other side of these stone doors is Nofru Kar's burial chamber.
Ooh.
So there's basically literally just this hallway and a burial chamber. That's the whole tomb.
Perhaps we should just proceed onwards.
Yes. I dare say I would very much like to have a look at this tomb itself after literally everything we've been through.
Okay, who's going to open the door? Who's game enough?
Big Dave likes opening doors.
Oh, yeah.
He does.
If you
Big
say
Dave,
so.
Big Dave steps forward and pushes at the stone doors. With little effort, they creak and swing inward. And then... There's a crash as behind you there's a crash as behind you in the corridor. Both sarcophagi burst open. Tall humanoid figures step out and begin to shamble towards you through the swirling dust that fills the air. You are just able to see the withered human bodies topped by ungainly heads of crocodiles, affixed with crude stitches on the neck. Make sanity checks, everyone, please.
Wait, we already saw these creatures. Why do we have to make sand checks again?
Failure.
Yeah, that is true.
I'll pass, sorry.
Okay, I forgot you saw them, so no need for any sand checks. You did see them before in the vision.
One.
Yeah, you passed anyway. Okay, they are shambling slowly towards you. Everyone, dex values, please.
70.
70. Okay.
55.
I believe... 5. Okay, I believe it is Mulberry gets to go first.
Okay, well, I have no idea. This is well beyond my usual experience with the archaeology, but I suppose the best way through this is to shoot things for the best.
All right. Make a firearms check, please.
Yep, that's a pass.
Roll for damage, please.
2d6. Alrighty, big money. That's 9.
You fire. Boom! You watch as your bullet strips away some of the gauze and shatters bone underneath. The monster takes 7 points of damage. Okay, Big Dave, you are up.
Just a quick question. Will Freddy do more damage because it's an ancient Egyptian weapon?
No, it doesn't have any magical value or anything.
Okay. Cool.
But you can use it to get a guaranteed strike first if you're attacked.
I think I'll save that for the next encounter. For the moment, Big Dave will attack with Harold.
Alright, so you rush up with Harold. Make your fighting brawl check, please.
Archie, go away.
The pass.
Pass, and the mummy, or whatever it is, reaches out with one of its hands slowly to block your axe, but then you kick it in the stomach and then swing with Harold, feeling the axe blade chip into the bone underneath. Roll your damage, please.
Yeah, 1d6 plus 2 plus 1d6. Go! 10!
10. Yeah, okay. 8 points of damage. The mummy stumbles back, but then it rights itself and continues shambling forward. Okay, Musseldorf, you're up.
They open fire.
Okay, make a firearms check, please.
That is a pass.
Okay, roll your damage, please.
That is
13. You aim and fire. Thunk! You watch as a giant shard of bone is blasted off the creature's ribs, but it seems to not react at all and continues stepping towards you. Okay.
Hey.
I would like Big Dave to make either a fighting brawl check or a dex check.
That's pass.
Pass. Okay. The mummy reaches you. It swings forward with its bony claws. You step out of the way and then bring Harold down onto its back. Roll for damage.
Oh, yes.
Yay.
14.
14. Crunch! You feel its spinal cord crush under the strength of your axe. It rights itself and continues shuffling forward. The other mummy reaches Mr. Musseldorf. Musseldorf, dodge or fighting brawl, whichever one you would like. Go ahead.
I will dodge.
Very well.
That is a pass.
Ooh, that's a good dodge, okay. The enemy's rolling quite badly.
Ooh.
Yep. The mummy reaches you, and wordlessly it lashes out with its bony hands. You duck out of the way and right yourself. Okay. Now, Mulberry, you're up. What do you do?
These things haven't taken any indication that we're down, are they?
Oh, you've noticed that some of that you have no idea. You notice that some splinters of bone have been broken off both of them, but they just seem to keep coming.
It's just rather annoying, so I'm not sure if we're just wasting ammo and stuff trying to fight them, or...
You may make an intelligence check, if you like.
That'd definitely help. Oh, that's a critical. Let me just check.
Yep, all indications... Yeah. All indications suggest that your bullets are doing damage, like they are literally blowing pieces of the creature's bodies away. But as they feel no pain and are presumably animated by some horrible magic, they won't stop until they are physically unable to move.
In that case, can I try and shoot at one of these things, either its leg or its knee or something?
Yep, okay, do a firearms check with disadvantage, please.
That sounds about right. Shit. Yeah, it's not gonna cut it.
You aim at one of the mummy's legs and you fire. Your bullet strikes the stone right next to it and you loudly swear. Big Dave, you're up.
When's it gonna be my turn?
Oh, yeah, Max. Sorry, go, Max. I forgot.
Oh, gee, thanks. I'm just sitting here patiently waiting.
Yeah. Alright, Max, you get to go.
Alright, is the... What else is in the room?
It's just an empty hallway. Completely unfurnished.
So are the gators behind us or in front of us?
They're in front of you, advancing towards you. You're backed up against the door leading into the burial chamber.
So the burial chamber is where we want to go?
Yes, but it will
really
be a dead end.
should
You could at
finish
least...
these guys off first.
Yeah, how close are they?
Reasonably close. Like, they're able to get hits off at you. They've tried to hit both Big Dave and Musseldorf so far.
Alright. I'd like to, flash the elder sign in one hand and just point my gun with the other one in case it doesn't work.
Alright. Make a hard power check, please.
Like a
Oh,
cop
shit.
with a badge.
Just what?
Please.
Who
How
the
did you go?
Hold on, I'm just hearing different stuff. Then I heard someone go, please, please.
Yeah, that's Tom saying please, so he lives.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying it's like you're flashing a badge.
Oh,
Please,
yeah.
police.
Oh, police. Hard power check, that
Yes.
is 30, so
Right.
that's a pass.
Is it a hard pass, though?
Yeah, because hard is 45, and I got a 30.
Very well. Yes, because right, you have 90 power.
Yep.
Okay. You hold out the Elder sign. Almost immediately, the two mummies stop in their tracks, and they stare for a moment, and then they raise their arms to their faces as if they're recoiling in terror. And then, slowly, carefully, they turn around and begin shambling back towards the sarcophaguses. As they pass Big Dave, both of them grab at him.
Oh no!
Determined to drag him into their millennial sleep with them. Big Dave, do a fighting brawl check.
Oh, come on, Big Dave.
No.
That is extreme.
Oh, damn.
Oh, Big Dave is done with this bullshit.
Yep. The first mummy grabs at you, and you step back and use your axe to knock his arm out of the way. With a loud crash, his arm falls off. And then he continues shambling towards his sarcophagus. The second mummy reaches for Dr. Museldorf, determined to take him down with it. Museldorf, make a dodge check, please.
That's a pass.
That's a pass. 23. Mummy grabs you, it pulls you forwards, and its bony hands clasp into your arms, dealing 3 points of damage as you feel a tendon in your arm snap. And then the creature begins to drag you with it back towards the sarcophagus.
Oh dear.
Because it's
Did any of you do anything?
Alright, yeah, I'd like to
because
Sorry,
it's holding me, can I press
the
basically barrel of the gun to its head and pull the trigger?
I was just gonna say I'd run up to you with the Elder Sign.
Considering it's my turn anyway, can I just chop its arm off?
Oh yeah, you can do that. But because he's been grabbed, I'll let him do that as a reaction. You'll have to do it with disadvantage though, because it is a big gun and you only have one free hand. So go ahead and do firearms at disadvantage. Okay, 23. It's 19.
That's a hard pass.
Boom! Yes, you struggle, and as the creature pulls you, you push up the butt of your gun to the side of its crocodile-shaped head and pull the trigger. Roll your damage, please.
I'd be doing the barrel rather than the butt, otherwise I'm shooting one of my allies.
Oh yeah, the barrel. Yes, sorry, I meant to say barrel. Roll your damage, please.
Oops. 17 points of damage.
Bang! Suddenly a cloud of dust shoots into the air as its bony skull shatters. But it continues walking, dragging you towards the sarcophagus. Big Dave, you're up.
That's pass.
Pass, okay. I'll do one for the mummy. Oh, and you were lucky, because otherwise that would have been the end of Museldorf. The mummy lashes out with its other hand, trying to catch your axe, but you pull back and then bring it down, shattering the arm that's dragging Museldorf along. The arm drops to the floor, freeing Museldorf, who collapses into a heap on the ground. Then, the mummy makes no reaction, simply steps forward, and then in unison, both of them walk into their sarcophaguses. And then on the spot, they turn around, and with what's left of their faces, they simply stare at you as the lids slowly rumble shut behind them. You are safe.
Liam to save the day.
This is why we don't open coffins!
Well, no one opened these ones, they opened themselves.
Okay. With that out of the way,
I'm going to
you're
first
free
aid
to
myself.
Go ahead, conduct first aid.
So that is very quick thinking there, Maximilian. Excellent show.
Yep, hard pass, that's 1d3. Yep. There we go, you're fine. Okay. With the mummies out of the way, you're free to enter the burial chamber. And opening the doors, you discover the final resting place of Nofru Ka, placed here by his followers with what little treasure they could rescue. While many footprints can be seen in the dust, little seems disturbed at first glance. Crumpled on the floor near the sarcophagus of Nofru Ka lie two bodies. The skeletonized body of a man wearing a World War I uniform.
Oh.
And beside him, the mangled, broken corpse of your latest enemy, Katif.
Eat shit.
In his hand, he holds a scroll that was presumably taken from the shelf at the back of the room where Nofru's treasure was placed. Aside from the scroll, the only thing missing is the canopic jar containing the dried liver of the priest. Everything else is undisturbed. Okay, before we end this scenario and move into the downtime and the epilogue, I would like Mulberry to make an archaeology check, please.
Absolutely. And that
Is it an Elder Scroll?
Yep. That's a pass. Okay. So first of all, there are hieroglyphics along the sides of the burial chamber, and over the next day or two, you slowly translate them and come up with what they claim to be in broad strokes, the story of Nofru Ka, a priest of the Black Pharaoh who reportedly received visions from a race calling themselves the Yith from beyond time. Although he was branded as a heretic within his court, he continued preaching the word of these Yith, stating a prophecy that one day would come the day of the beast, which would destroy humanity and leave the planet ripe for the Yith to re-inhabit. Eventually he died, but his teachings lived on, forming the basis for the Brotherhood. I would now like whoever has the highest history may do a history check.
History.
I've got 35.
I have 30.
Yeah. My God, why can't I find anything? I don't think I have it though. No.
All right, Museldorf, you're doing a history check, please.
That's a failure.
Failure. Okay. The second corpse, the one that is not Katif, the one wearing the World War I uniform, the only thing of note you can find amongst him is that he is carrying a coin purse with several coins in it. The coins appear to be German marks, and they are dated from around 1913 at the very latest.
Oh.
Near the purse is what appears to be a scorched shred of some sort of identification paper. You cannot learn the man's name. However, you can read the very traces of an address on there. The postmark is for Klausenberg, Romania. This man may have been a member of the Brotherhood who set foot in this tomb perhaps decades ago on the orders of the Baron, but for whatever reason did not make it out. Much like the corpse lying next to him, that of Katif, who came here to liberate a scroll, but didn't have an elder sign to show the Guardians.
I suppose we should probably look at that scroll then.
Yes.
Yes, I'd like everyone to make Cthulhu Mythos checks, please.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's fast. That's a hard pass.
That is a hard pass.
I got nothing.
All right. Okay. You look at the strange scroll. It doesn't have hieroglyphics or Arabic or any known language on it. It appears to be written in some even older primordial tongue. But you eventually catch the gist of it. It is a scroll for a spell labeled... It is a spell for a scroll called Dismiss Dole.
Dismiss Dole.
It claims to be a spell that will banish a monster from another dimension known as the Dole. Why the Brotherhood did not want this scroll to fall into your hands? Well, you can't fathom a reason why, but obviously it was important to them that you did not have the ability to banish dolls. You exit the tomb to see the sun descending over the horizon, the first rays of sunset. You simply tell Galloway that the tomb, that there was... Do you tell Galloway of anything you found in the tomb, or do you simply say everything was already taken, there was nothing of note?
Wait, wasn't there treasure in there?
There was, but it's also guarded by the mummies, and they don't have an elder sign.
Yeah, good point. Can we offer our services
to
collect said treasure?
Would we not?
But why? I have an elder sign. I'll be safe.
Yeah, exactly. We have the only means to get the treasure out of there for them. So we should...
Alright, so are you guys going to do that?
Yep.
Yeah, sure, why not?
You tell them, as Galloway stands and listens to you rapt, you inform him that the tomb was everything you'd ever dreamed of, that all of the treasure still lay intact. You don't tell him about the scroll or the mummies, however, and over the course of the next week, you work together using your elder sign to cart all of the treasure out of the tomb. You then split it 50-50 with Galloway's group. I would like you each to add 10 points to your credit rating.
Oh,
nice.
That's a good.
And you didn't want to do anything.
I'm sorry, I just everything else that's happened so far. Forgive me if I seem hesitant on.
Elder sign.
Yeah.
And then, after the dig is done and the tomb emptied, you and Galloway make a promise that you will never speak of this again, that the treasure you liberated will be the only reminder of Nofrukar's legacy. And you carefully seal the tomb back up, burying it in the sand dunes, where hopefully it will never be seen again. And then you return to civilization, satisfied that you have removed an evil that will hopefully never be utilized for terrible purposes, and that you may have obtained what may eventually serve to be a secret weapon against the Brotherhood, but also disappointed. You failed to get any information from Katif before he died, and you are at a loss as to where your search for the Brotherhood will take you next. Hopefully, as you make your way back to America, wondering how you're supposed to decide what to do next, Big Dave smiles, and as you ride in the plane, he cocks his head and looks at you, and he says, "This is what Paul Lamond is for."
Oh. Neat.
Cool.
And then that's the end of the scenario.
Well, we're on the plane.
Yeah,
I just.
Well,
we're on the plane. I just whisper.
Yep.
Thank you, Angel.
Big Dave smiles again, and he says, "Paul Lamond is there to hand out plot tips."
Did someone call for plot?
Paul Lamond is what we call a plot device.
Yeah, that's literally why he's in the campaign. So next session, you're probably going to get a recording of one of his dreams, sending you off to the next location, which I may as well reveal will be Peru.
Cool.
And Museldorf speaks Spanish, so that'll come in handy. Okay, so all of you gain 5 points of Cthulhu Mythos skill.
Hooray.
Wait.
Museldorf and Mulberry, you gain 15 skill points.
Outstanding.
Big Dave, you gain 5 skill points.
Oh, damn.
Cool.
And Max Power, you gain 10.
Nice. Nice.
Now we have 2 spells that may be learned. We have Summon Biaki and Dismiss Dole. Who's game to learn these?
I want to summon the Biaki.
I'm game to learn the
I was
summon
going to say,
one.
I want.
I want to learn Banish Doll.
I will have
Alright.
nothing to do with the
Okay,
This damn thing nearly killed me.
Alright, so I would first like Museldorf to make an intelligence check.
That is a pass.
You have learned Summon Biaki. You may look it up in the Keeper's rulebook to see what it does. In fact, actually, I've got mine here, so I'll just look that up for you.
No, I was reading that earlier tonight. The some Biaki. Summon
Yes, the
Jakugan.
Summon Biaki. Yes. Okay, summon spells. Summon spells.
It's on 264.
264, yep, thought so. Okay, Summon Biaki. Let's see. Okay.
If an
So
enchanted
this
whistle
would
is used, the caster gains a bonus die on the opposed power roll.
Yes.
Such a whistle may be used again and again.
Yes. So it costs 1d4 sand to cast. And it costs 4 magic points. Summon Biaki. A whistle must be blown during the chant. The spell is active only on nights when the star Aldebaran is above the horizon. October through March are the best months. The summoned Biaki will flap down out of the sky, still icy from its travels through space. You must also succeed on a power check to summon it successfully. Once the monster has been summoned, you may give it a simple command, which it will do its best to fulfill. A bonus with the Biaki is that it is also able to carry the caster through space upon request, provided that the caster has consumed space mead to insulate their mind from the rigors of space travel beforehand. So in addition to the star vampires, you now have another way of getting to the planet Seleno.
Except these ones, you don't need an Eldritch sign to protect yourself. They just do what you say.
Yeah, these ones will just do what you say, yes, and you don't need to provide blood to them to satiate them first. I would like Big Dave to do a power check, please.
Power check. Yes! That is an extreme pass.
Alright, so you learn Dismiss Dole, D-H-O-L-E. And I'm just bringing that up.
Whereabouts is it so I can read it?
Just seeing if it is actually in the Keeper's book, otherwise I have to read it out of the campaign book. Dismiss. Create zombie, dismiss. Here we go, call and dismiss deity spells. Okay, so it counts as a dismiss deity spell. It costs 1 or more magic points per person, and the casting time is 1 minute plus 1 extra round per participant who donates magic points. A deity or monster who does not want to leave Earth may be dismissed. The caster must first know the specific dismiss spell. Then you must allot 1 magic point per 25 POW possessed by the monster or deity. This grants an initial 5% chance to dismiss it, and it opens the way for the dismissal. For example, if the monster has 210 POW, It requires 8 magic points to dismiss. This can all come from one person, or more than one person may donate magic points, but for each additional participant in the spell, it takes longer to cast.
Okay, cool.
So in the case of a doll, let me look up their power. There's monsters, colors out of space, dark young, doll. Okay, so a doll has 170 power, so that is 7 magic points required.
What page is
I can do that by myself.
What page is the doll?
Yes. The doll is on 290. And it is a pretty fearsome monster. It has over 300 HP.
Oh my god.
Has a strength of 2,525.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, yeah, we're definitely banishing this thing.
Yeah.
Oh, this giant thing. That's right. When you said doll, I thought you meant a doll, but
So what page was it on again? Sorry.
290. They are massive.
290.
They are fucking massive. When you kept saying doll, I thought actually meant doll, not like DHOL.
Yeah. Now, would you guys like to know how much damage the mummies dealt if they managed to actually hit you with their 40% fighting skill?
Why not?
That would be 3d6 plus 1d6.
Jesus Christ!
Oh my god.
Cool. That would
So somehow you all managed to survive that.
You're welcome.
Oh my god, that was unbelievably lucky.
You are all welcome.
So you have survived, and although you don't know where your journey will take you next in your campaign against the Brotherhood, you have a feeling that in due time, before long, something will come up, a new clue, a new lead that will take you on the next part of the adventure. Either way, by getting this spell, Dismiss Doll, you feel that you have dealt them a great blow.
Definitely, considering it. Fucking hell! I'm just looking at this thing. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We literally could not defeat this thing without a dismiss.
No, you couldn't.
Yeah.
353 health.
Yeah. We could fire everything.
Not to mention the over 2,000 strength it has.
Oh yeah, it's just gonna one-shot us.
Oh yeah.
Paste.
There we go. So we've got Mooseldorf learned Summon Bayaki and Big Dave learned Dismiss Doll. So if you want to go to space, don't let Mooseldorf die. And if you want to be able to dismiss dolls, don't let Big Dave die.
Also, if you still want to go to space, don't let me die because I'm the one brewing the mead.
And also, we can still go to space with because it's space vampires.
And I'm quite expendable.
Yes, you can, but you still.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'm quite expendable.
Well, that was a good one, guys. M1 had to go to work, otherwise Clark Kent would have been there, and
that's why things went smoothly.
I have a feeling. Yeah, well, no, I feel his camera probably would have actually been a help to you, but.
Oh yeah.
His camera's proved useful in every situation, but he'll be back next week, and him and Big Dave are the only original members of the group left. So
yeah, we are too.
Yes, which is why I'm kind of getting tense and don't want you to die, because I'd like there to be at least one original member of the group left. But
well, I'm pretty sure at this point, if Big Dave dies, the whole campaign's fucked.
And I'm gonna lose so many subs.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if we
you'll lose so many subs.
We will lose our entire audience base just on that alone.
No. I'm not talking about the audience base. I'm talking about the fact that you won't be able to dismiss a doll, which is going to just wipe the entire party. You're not going to be able to travel to another planet because you don't have space mead.
Yep.
Well, they do have 2 bottles of space mead, but they can't get any more.
Which I have.
Yeah,
which Dave has.
Dave is the linchpin of this entire thing.
Oh,
that's gonna be funny.
If Big Dave riots, I will unsub. I think that's supposed to be it dies, but
Yeah.
If Mooseldorf can get one of those bottles of space mead, then he can just go to space on his beer key and he'll be fine.
He shall venture forth to find the room with the moose.
oh, that actually reminds me.
So in the downtime, do any of you guys actually tell Mooseldorf about the fact that there is apparently an ancient library of forbidden knowledge on a planet on the other side of the galaxy, and you have the means to get there?
Yeah, someone might want to tell Aubrey about that as well, since you guys haven't.
Because I have the feeling that like Mooseldorf would be like, oh my god, that's where it is, the entire traced evolution tree.
They've been hiding it from me.
All right, so Dale, do you want to give the audience a sneak peek of what's going to happen next week?
All right, so next week, in episode 5, which is entitled, let me just look it up. Mountains of the Moon, the party will venture forth to Peru to investigate a series of mysterious, unexplained earthquakes. This will put them up against the mysterious New World Industries Corporation and their allies/overlords, who may just hail from a planet known as Yuggoth.
Oh. Well, there you go. Also, sanity and luck.
Yes, sanity and luck. Okay. For defeating the buyer keys, you each gain 1d6 san.
Come on.
Oh, I got 5 back. Hooray!
6.
Almost.
Yay!
Almost makes up for that.
Woo, 5.
Ooh, 6. Yes. For killing the desert bandit Kamal, you gain 1d6 san.
Awesome. Fuck that guy.
1d6
Yeah.
san.
6.
Oh, 2. Shit.
For making it to Galloway's camp within 3 days of wandering the desert, you gain 1d3 san.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, you know who would have really liked all these sanity buffs?
Dale, guess what?
What?
I'm at max san.
Are you above?
No,
You're
I'm
at max san. Wonderful. You're at your power in san. Okay. There's still one more bonus to give out, and that is for everyone for having no casualties this episode. You gain 1d10 san.
Oh, damn.
Already at
I
max.
go above
What do I get for
maximum?
this?
Okay, we go beyond that.
Ugh, that's 2.
A lot
Dale,
more
can I-
sand than I
Yes,
had
I
at
will
the
allow-
start of this game.
Can I become
Yes,
more...
I will allow.
Yeah.
I will allow this last 1d10 san to actually go above your maximum, as it's a reward for no one dying.
I am
Oh,
more stable
Actually, yeah,
myself.
no one did die. Fantastic.
Quick question. D10. What does the 0 count as? That's a 10,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Well
It's a
then.
10, yes.
Hallelujah.
Just
Okay, now.
All right,
Yep.
and luck.
quickly, do you
Yep,
guys
each-
realize this
yep.
is the first game of Call of Cthulhu that we've played that no one has died in?
I just pointed that out.
Yes,
Oh, you did?
that's why I gave you a
I mean,
reward.
technically, no one died last week.
You just went insane.
Well, yeah, but Scaly Pete going insane counts as a casualty.
All right, come on,
Mechanically,
fail,
it's the
fail,
same
fail.
thing.
And I failed my luck.
Everyone make luck checks, and if you fail, you may add
Yes!
1d10 luck.
1d10.
I failed.
The only time you want to
I'm so
fail.
happy to suck.
Holy shit, that's a 10. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, cool. So they said he's like 10 over where I was started, and my luck's basically back to where I began.
I'm nowhere near my
Oh, yes.
max san, but I'm not telling you guys
So
anything.
everyone got luck. Yep. And next week, you are going into it with higher san and higher luck than this week. Great, that's going to be fun. But that's okay because next week we have an enemy that likes to remove people's brains and put them in jars. So that's
Mind
going
Flayer?
to be
Oh no.
no, not mind flayers.
Again.
I like to think
Um,
that Mooseldorf's net increase in san represents him starting to get the inkling that perhaps there is more to life.
They're just the moose.
Like,
Moose?
it's
Moose
beginning-
Dwarf?
It's beginning
Oh
to.
my god.
It's like his first night back in Providence, Rhode Island. He's just sitting in bed thinking of what he went through in Egypt, and then he's like, "Hey, you know what? Maybe every creature alive isn't evolutionarily connected to moose."
Like that whole freaking Grinch scene at the end of like the Grinch, just like maybe the world isn't just about moose. Maybe there's more.
And then he's like, you know, that makes sense because insects are nothing like moose. Yet all these years, I was thinking they must have a common ancestor somewhere up the tree.
Alright, I'll be back, guys. I'm just going to end the stream.
Ending the stream.
Yep.
Thank you for watching, everyone.
Alright, guys, there you have it. Episode 4 of Day of the Beast. And no one died. Hells to the air. And max power with the Elder Sign. Make sure no one dies from the mummies. I am God. Yes! Oh, Prog, I'm sorry, but yes, we're ending. Yes, we're ending. I'm sorry, buddy. But I want to thank everyone for joining in today, all the likes on YouTube, and Prog for that generous $5 dono. Excuse me. If you haven't already, hit that like, sub, follow, hit all the buttons, all the good buttons, and come join me on the Discord if you want to stay up to date of whenever I'm streaming. Well, Prog, we may still run into Pete because he's not dead, he's just gone insane. So you never know. Dale might write in something where we come across some form of mysterious gumbo. Who knows? But anyway, thank you so much, guys. I will maybe be back tomorrow with some more Last of Us. Not too sure, but as always, thank you for joining in, and I will see you guys sooner rather than later.